Pretty sure.
Alrighty. In that case, this is a state visit from the current Bundeskanzler, Otto von Bismarck, the favorite of the king, who, although you would know he does not have a majority in the current ruling body in Prussia, is obviously the favorite of the king and very influential at the moment. And is here to talk to you, obviously, given the recent major protests across both Prussia and the German states demanding for a German constitution and system.
Indeed. The Austria stands with the German miners and their current ruling parties. Austria will stand with them until the time that they fall, but until then, that is the current foreign policy of the Austrian Empire, or Austria-Hungarian Empire.
Of course. And Kaiser, I am here primarily to rectify, I think, the issues that may be misunderstood about this situation. I have the strong support of the king in ensuring that this can be a democratic process. My coalition is the liberal wing of the Prussian former Stratus Ministerium. We think it is important that people's will is reflected properly. And I just would like to clarify to the Austrian Empire that we have no plans to take military action in order to unify the Germanic states. Though there is so much interest, that of course the will of the people must come first and foremost. Now, I'm sure you are aware of the establishment of the Bundesstaat in Berlin. We would like to hear the Austrian opinion about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Sorry. I'm just thinking of our response. First, we would like to offer our sincerest condolences for the passing of the Kaiserin, and the Bundeswehr is an interesting concept, one alien to the Kaiser and how he likes to run things.
Certainly.
In reality, we have so many internal troubles currently that at present... Sorry, out of RP, I'm confused about what specifically...
Out of RP, it's a system basically where we've made like a new elective body of parliament within Prussia that basically has representation from all regional governments that we recognize in Prussia, but also from any Germanic states. So, for example, the Bavarian municipality of Franconia could send delegates to this body, and they'd be able to have political power in it. And that would include the Germanic states within Austria, too.
Right, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So out of RP, we have a minor say in Russian politics?
Correct.
Oh, that's an interesting dynamic. Okay, I understand. Sorry, I just...
Our main question is whether or not you support it and whether you will allow or plan to send delegates from the Germanic territories that the Austrian Empire holds. Obviously, non-Germanic regionals would not be having any rights or voting power within the Bundesstaat, but for your Germanic-speaking ones, they most certainly would.
Okay, in that case, the Austrian-Hungarian Empire would obviously, whatever happens in the Bundeswehr would not affect Austrian politics. We can discuss that externally if you wish. And the German people, if you wish to send a delegation, the Germanic people can vote. We have no real cause or concern over that. If you want us to specifically represent a Germanic person, we're happy to do that to further cement our ties to one another.
Indeed.
After the military alliance, this could help sway so that we're on the same page in regards politically as well as militarily. So we think this is a positive change. However,
that's good to hear.
Just following previously on the comment of the German miners, we would like to reiterate Austria-Hungary's position in that not only military force we will be abhorrent to, but any form of economic or diplomatic coercion either. So not just marching in with your armies, but any forms of intimidation in regards to or financial supporting of anything that could be considered forcing their hand, if you will, into joining.
I understand what you're saying, but I think it's important that I make it very clear on behalf of my government that if, for example, there is a solidified body which stops the people from, for example, wanting to join Prussia when it is very clear that that is what they wish, we will make no direct interference, but we would, of course, support the will of the country rather than a select few. We'd have no intentions to do anything ourselves, but what come will come. I mean, you are aware of the riots and rallies across all the Germanic states, including the extreme actions in the Kingdom of Bavaria, which we found to be very disturbing. We will take no action, but the massacre that took place there was, as far as we see it, unacceptable. And if things like that happen, and the people decide to directly put the things that they want first, we will still accept them into the Kingdom of Prussia. With no coercion of our own, of course.
See, while we understand your position, trying to listen to the will of the people would leave Austria-Hungary in a completely odd position, mainly in regards to our current situation where people are asking left, right, and centre for abhorrent, radical things like regionalism and purchasing commissions.
I understand, and you are right. You can't listen to the whims of every single German or peasant, but there are many in the Germanic-speaking territories, myself and the former queen and the king included, feel as though the Germanic spirit that lives in all of us is no simple policy choice. It is something much more than that. It is a call to the fatherland itself, and that's something that I think I and my people will always place first. As a German, I would hope you do as well.
We obviously want to see the prosperity and growth of all German peoples. We do, however, at this time feel that a strong ruling party is still one of the best ways to do it. Your nation has grown fast, we don't doubt this, and the way that you run is unique and has definitely worked well for your nation, but we feel ancient countries such as that as the Kingdom of Bavaria, while maybe dealing with a small time period of unrest, it's not unheard of. We've dealt with peasant rebellions before.
Yes, but you know well this is not the first time there has been a call for the fatherland. You know well that decades past, although it was obviously dealt with in Prussia with the Reform Bill and in many of the Germanic states by quelling it directly, these are not the first pro-Germanic protests we have seen in Germanic states. There is a long history and a long precedence that goes back very long. You're an educated man. You know the history of our people, a proud one. And it is one that we cannot ignore, and it is not an isolated or new event either. The calls for a German state is an ancient thing, but one that is much more support in modern times, but for decades at that. And I would do a disservice to my nation, my countrymen, and those I have been given the choice to represent, both the interests that align behind me and the king himself, who has placed his trust in me to represent not just Prussia, but the German people. Again, I am not advocating anything radical here. But what I am saying is that Prussia, if we do see calls against a very small amount in order to join the Prussian people, we will not stop it, and we would expect no one else to stop it either.
We have long and ancient ties to the houses. We have marriages that go back between all of these varying German states. If they decide that they wish for Austrian support in quelling any rebellions, we can't exactly say no to that.
The issue here is if those rebellions are a call for the fatherland, it is different.
apologies for interrupting. Austria, when you have a moment, I would appreciate being able to speak with you. This is the Ottomans.
Of course, I can see what we can do after I've finished discussing with the Prussians.
Great.
Before you guys start back up, this is the Mexican Empire, Emperador Agustin Diaz.
We are doing RP right now. If this is an RP thing, you'll need to wait here. I did get your letter, though.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so just whenever you guys would
Yep.
be...
When
Yeah,
we're
I'll see
done.
that. I'm just waiting for this to
Sure, no problem.
be with you. Okay.
I want to make this very clear to you, Kaiser. This is a private conversation. I'm not one for speeches. I'm not a public figure. I'm sure by now you know well what I am. I am a politician in the true sense of the word. I have rose to power from minor status only due to determination and spirit, something reflected on all Germanic people. Now, I want you to ask yourself a serious question here. We have forged an alliance together. In my youth, I will be frank with you, I did not think much of the Austrians. I thought of you as a wayward cousin, one that is potentially even a danger to my kingdom, my country. But we have proven each other to be good allies. Colonialism also has surprised me with its potential. We must all learn to reconsider the opinions that we have held in the past. I know the Austrian Empire, like many in Europe, are seeing a threat right now with what could come out of all of this. But I would caution you to remember that all within my parliament, within the royal family of Prussia, and all Germans in any of our lands see each other as brothers, and that includes you. I understand your resistment of such a radical change in both Prussia, the Germanic-speaking territories in Europe as a whole, but ask yourself this. Have my predecessor, the Queen, who I held in the deepest love, or anyone in Prussia since the Napoleonic Wars done anything to suggest that we are nothing but family?
Our relationship between our two nations has grown, and we see that as nothing but positive. We understand what you were trying to do. We admire it to some regard. Unifying the German people under one glorious nation would be magnificent. However, for us, with your growth, we see it as cause for concern. You are a great nation already. You start taking more, whether by force, whether not, it then calls into question the entire balance of Europe. Now, you as an ally, perfect. We could dictate politics with eons, with a German hegemony. But the moment you decide you're too strong for us, that is what gives me concern, especially moments
And I
like
understand
now
that.
when we are at our weakest.
But you need to also understand that the policy of myself, my countrymen, and my king is a simple one. He's not a public man like myself, but Friedrich IV, Wilhelm Friedrich IV, he is a German at heart. He loves God, he loves his country, and he loves his people, as do I, and as do all Prussians. This is not a time of the past when politics and status of the familiar tribal sort defines what we care for and who we are. This is a time of nations, of peoples, and of broader, more greater goals. We seek only the betterment of the Germanic people. Now, unless there is ever a case where the Austrian Empire gives away its sovereignty to the Hungarians, the Italians, or any other foreign body,
That will never happen.
then is there anything to suggest that our love for our fellow Germans would not stay true? We are ambitious, you know this. We have come a very far way. The Queen's rule was an unprecedented one, and we are the equal of many who in the past would not thought that possible. But I say it again, we are Germans first and Prussians second, as am I.
As are we. The Austrians still hold the most power in the nation, and we're in no position currently to really stand in your way. We just...
But that is my point. We do not want you to even consider it like that.
No, we don't. to consider. Yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from. I understand your position. I need you to understand ours. This is radical
I
change.
do.
Your whole nation is completely almost
Perhaps.
backwards to how I think. And while our alliance is good, please forgive an old man
Oh, God damn it! I just crashed.
reveling in the old days. Really?
Oh,
That's terrible.
fuck. There's no hot joins either. Oh, man.
I'm about to have
Oh.
I fixed.
Was it a server crash? Are you still in?
I'm still in, yeah.
Gentlemen,
Out of RP, I just crashed.
okay. That is not good.
That is really shitty.
Yes.
Fuck, I've never crashed before, Vic. Rip.
Yeah. You're doing the one as well, so.
That's worrying. An AI Prussia can do a lot of bad things.
Yeah.
Yes. That is true. You might come back to Northern German Federation. You will probably do so as well.
Fuck.
I hate that you can't, like, turn off the
Oh, I hope the AI doesn't fuck up. Hey, Hastening, can you jump on to Prussia for me and just stabilize them?
Yep.
Cool.
Yep. Switch. I will.
I'll just do Diplo for the next 2 hours, I guess, and then I'll tell you what to do. We'll do it that way.
Okay. Tell me what to do. What do you want built?
Fuck. There's no stream now, though. Trying to think what to do here.
Yes. I will. Maybe we'll call the Council of Europe, and I will just micro your nation.
I know. I'm trying to think about what's to stream though. Can you share your stream of the game, Hastening? Because I might be able to stream my stream through that potentially.
Yes,
I'm thinking.
I should be able to. Yes.
That might be
That is
an option here.
share Victoria free. Yes.
Let's see if this would work. Okay,
Do you
if
see
I
it again?
full screen this, it doesn't full screen properly though. Alright, bear with me, guys. I'm gonna try to see if I can get something to work here.
I'm trying to figure out what.
Okay. If I do display capture, and then I go to Discord. Yep, that'll work. Not the best, but it'll work. God damn it. That is going to fucking suck.
Save.
Is there any way to turn up the quality on your stream by chance?
I'll build some more railways because I think that's.
Yeah, real quick, Hastings, is there any way for you to turn up the quality on your stream? Or is it fucked?
I'd imagine if he's hosting the game, there might be some challenge there.
I'll see if I can. It's in 1080p.
Yep.
Can I increase that to...
All right, so yeah, so just generally in terms of like economically, we're gonna go build up the railways, get the infrastructure stabilized,
Okay,
and then
I'm changing to source, but for that I will need nitro.
fuck. All right, it is what it is. Oh man.
Oh, did you DC it?
Yeah, I'm out.
Oh shit.
Oh, I'm trying to think how to do.
Dang, that sucks.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wait,
so
I'm just-
hold on one second. Economically, go ahead and work on stabilizing in the infrastructure of the country, and then go ahead and work on expanding like luxury goods primarily. So work on more clothing and then more furniture, and have it all focused on luxury as well as solving other things. Go to the economic market real quick. As we just look, I didn't have even time to look because I was doing roleplay.
Silk is expensive.
Yeah, so like I said,
clothes are
maximize
expensive.
production of clothing, furniture, and then steel, and then I can just take over from there. Also, make sure you build up the electricity to compensate, and then yeah, we're good.
Yeah, no.
Cool.
We don't.
All right, I was in the middle of an RP also with Austria. So are we doing the conference yet, or are we waiting?
Well, that's why I'm jumping in here with you guys. So I just want to let you guys know the other great powers, including Russia, Great Britain, America, are all embargoing the Dutch due to their situation in Formosa.
All right,
Now, we understand you have.
Yeah, we can call it for a minute. Either we're gonna do the thing, or I'm gonna finish the thing with Austria. So, do we want to call it right now?
No, I don't want to call it right now. They're still all talking to each other, and I'm just trying to talk to you guys.
All right.
So
Let's
just when you're
finish
done,
Austria.
I'll
Let's
be-
finish this talk real quick, and then we can go
Yeah.
ahead and call the council then.
Yes, of course.
All right. Anyway, we were in the middle of things. Where were we? All right. So the point I want to make is perhaps we can both make a concession and a common ground. I am a fervent German nationalist, and I seek the unification of my country. You know this well, and it's your country too in many ways, though I know Austria will never give up its sovereignty. There is another option, though. The southern territories are lands that are of more strategic importance to both of us, and lands that I know that would be more problematic. However, if I could get a personal guarantee from you, Kaiser, behind closed doors, that you would not interfere in any actions I will take potentially, and my nation will take in the northern Germanic regions, we could potentially come to a situation where we could have the beginnings and a proper German nation without completely causing issue with the strategic interests of Austria, the Austrian Empire.
It's a big ask. It is a very big ask.
It is a big ask. I would also remind the Kaiser that when those Germanic states are without the strength that comes with ethnic unity, that they oftentimes find themselves far afield, such as Hanover being for quite a long period under the British influence, within a united Sweden, a France which is chomping at the bit for more power. I know in many ways it is a risk for you, and a dangerous one, but there also is much risk in a disunited Prussia. These rallies and rebellions will only get worse. That instability could result in those Germanic states looking for help elsewhere. Nations that are a danger for both of us.
We obviously cannot allow that. German matters must stay German.
And we agree.
That has been Austria's and now the Austro-Hungarian Empire's policy, and it will forever remain our policy. No matter what happens, German problems will remain German problems.
Agreed.
So,
how about I change?
as a
Sorry?
Continue.
No, go ahead.
No, 'cause I was just going to say we see you as a good custodian to the German people.
And we hope to be
And
that for
with
German.
With your new political designs, the Austrian Germanic people having a say in this would be beneficial at creating a German unification that is beneficial for the both of us. And as long as Germany and just your nation, as long as Prussia stands with the Germanic people and stands with us, we can't see any major concerns.
Perhaps a show
We are still
on our own
hesitant.
end of our support for you. Now, the king has made it clear to me that he feels as though we should make some more heavy demands in the Congress of Europe in order to gain more colonies in Asia. And he's right, there's much use in it. The prize he had proposed was a large one. But on a personal level, Kaiser, I'd be willing to make a behind closed doors deal with you, which I would ask that you never tell to the king and keep between us, wherein we would support the Austrians to have influence and dominion over the Tokugawa shogunate. The island is rich with resources, a prize, a jewel that compares even perhaps to the British crown's own jewel in India. We would be willing to put our support fully. I would be willing to put my support fully behind Austria being able to have dominion of it, and us take something much minor in Asia in exchange for your support and the German people having their voice heard.
You are a masterful diplomat. After our conquest in China, we have had obviously behind closed doors, we have had small diplomatic parties towards the Tokugawa shogunate to see their potential. If you were willing to back Austria in the control of the region, then we would be willing to back you in this regard and forego any support to the elites of the nations should the people rise up.
In that case, I think we can see very much eye to eye on this. Though I reiterate, this is a deal that benefits us both. I want to make sure it is well understood that at the end of the debate, the Kingdom of Prussia only seeks the best for the Germans, and we know you do too. This is a recent friendship and a recent trust, and it will take time. But I hope we will both walk away from this situation with a bit more trust and faith placed in one another as Germans.
Of course. We're glad we are able to, often than not now, work together and see a great alliance build between us.
And we completely agree.
We disagreed, and now we're able to. Now
We
we're
have.
able to work towards greater things.
Our history is a complicated one. And I'm glad to see that you can reconsider everything, as I have done. I mean, this alliance perpetuated between the Queen and yourself was shocking to me. But I understood where she came from. And as I said before, her interests will be my interests, though she is gone. So I think today we have created a future for the German people where we will both be able to excel to what we can truly be, Kaiser.
Absolutely. It's been
In
a
that
pleasure
case-
as always speaking to you, and again, I express my deepest concerns for the loss of your queen.
And I thank you for that. You, of course, were invited to the funeral, and the timing on this is weird, but you were invited.
We came with a great delegation of paintings and flowers.
They were most kind. In that case, I think would it not be a good idea for us to call for the Congress of Asia?
Indeed, I believe it would be, yes.
Very
Or
well.
of Europe, rather? Or...
Yes, that one.
Yes, I will start the stage. Or you can do that as well, if you want to.
I'll let you do it. I mean, you're GC.
Yeah. That's right.
This is like staring through a window watching someone else parent your child right now.
That's honestly, it just sounds so sad.
It's like, no, oh god, little Timmy, no!
I built railways. Yeah, you had like 80% market access.
I know,
to
it was
use.
weird. I wasn't in the game, I think, at the end of the session, because it was a little bit less. I don't know what's going on, but...
Yeah.
Because the AI
we
took
did-
over for a brief second, right?
Yeah.
They probably
Okay,
shifted them away from infrastructure focus on those railways in those areas to transportation would be my guess. Or they deleted some.
Yeah.
Yeah, they delete ports a lot, the AI. Be
Yes, they
careful
do.
with that.
And we're free trade, so that's going to fuck us so hard.
So, where exactly do I make the...
Oh, a bunch of our trade routes are gone. I should have that much bureaucracy. The AI murdered all my trade routes. God damn it. Alright.
Yes, and I'll start the stage event.
Russia.
Yes.
Just a quick query. The Americas. What's your view on that? I know you had some discussions about aligning with the states of America, Britain's former colonial nation.
We've been
Where do you
approached...
currently stand on it?
I will reiterate my previous point. I am but a servant of the king in the Kingdom of Prussia, and he feels strongly that to take more territories in the Americas and Asia is pinnacle. I think they are important. Their use has certainly been shown in our markets with our free trade system, as well as the gold standard that I have instituted before obviously making the Bundesstaat in Prussia. But I think at the end of the day, cooperation with great powers in the Americas, which could be very beneficial, in my eyes, come before any direct colonial territory. And I think in the future, when we are done with this Asian issue, it would be a good idea for us to speak perhaps on Germanic cooperation, both Austrian and Prussia or whatever may come after, with the Americas. There are many of our kinsmen in the Americas. You know this well. They traveled there when they thought that the situation here was not good for them. And that is their choice. We are a free-spirited people. But we have to remember that if there are Germanic brothers in the United States and other countries, we should remember that.
Of course. No, I understand completely.
Oh fuck, I won't be able to share screen on this too. Oh man. Oh. Rip.
Can you
Alright.
start the stage event? I couldn't, like...
Yeah, I can do it.
I went right into it, yeah. I couldn't, like, invite everyone, or victory. Was weird.
Meet up. Which one was it? Yeah, stage event. right, so really briefly, guys, I do apologize about this. Also, fuck, I just saw that. LMG, or if anyone's still here, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that, man. We are doing Vicky 3 RP today. The Queen is dead. We are role-playing as Bismarck now. He's in power. We crashed and won't be able to go back in for the rehost, so you guys will have to stare at this. I have no idea how the fuck I'm going to do this for video editing, but that's going to be fucking... Oh. So I apologize, but you'll kind of just have to stare at a Discord call until this Congress is done. I apologize for that. Fucking sucks. But there is a policy of not rehosting for people, so we're not, not special. All right, wonderful. Let's start calling people up here. If you are a major power or great power in the game, you are welcome to come up and speak. Just a reminder, great powers are expected to be part of the conversation. If you're a major power, you can speak, but it's generally accepted that you do not have as much of a say. The Congress of Vienna and the Congresses of Europe were basically just about those who has the biggest stick and the most power, more or less defining things. So it's diplomatic too. So just a reminder. Make sure I'm writing up the right people here. Okay, we got a few countries. Russia. Portugal. I can't see the in-game list, by the way, so if anyone could tell me who is actually a major power and a great power, I'd appreciate that.
So the great powers are UK, France, Austria, Russia, yourself, Ottomans, Dutch, me, and then the major powers are the US and Belgium.
Gotcha. Right. Is Australia a major power?
East India is no, yeah, but not Australia, no.
Okay. You guys have been invited. You should be able to come up. Just heads up. Britain, Austria, and Portugal. And then we're missing... Are we missing any other major countries? Belgium... What's
Great
up?
Britain would like to invite Australia to the stage to complete their debut onto the world stage as our new child.
You are welcome to... They are not a major power, great power. If you'd like them to come up here and speak about something, you're welcome to, but they do not have a place at this table, of course.
They may stand behind us.
They may stand in the audience. If we are going to all start to invite our vassals here, it will be a very crowded table.
Yes, I'm sure Krakow would like to very much stand behind me as well.
I think if the Australian delegate gets to stand behind at the table, I see no reason why the Krakow one should not be able to, or any other for that matter.
Of course.
The chair would ask that if Britain would invite Australia, that would be the invitation as a power of Europe, but that would be their only invitation.
In that case, we would like to extend an invitation to both Egypt and Siam.
Only one, Siam.
Oh, very well. We will extend our invitation to our good friends in Egypt then, as obviously they do own the Suez, and the Asian matter would pertain greatly to them.
We would like to inform the world that Australia may be allowed to speak with their own voice under the protection of the Queen Mother, but from this day forward shall be considered an independent nation in most matters.
Also, we're waiting on out of our people. We're waiting on France, right? Is there anyone else coming?
I believe it's France and Russia's here. Can someone try to get France to attend? I will send the delegation to France and ask.
I mean, we have started. He knows, but yeah. Portugal, you've also been invited. You just have to click the button, by the way, if you're still here, unless you're AFK.
Oh, sorry.
All right, I believe we have just about everyone.
The French delegation is present now.
All right, very well. Gentlemen, we are called here today to discuss the issue of Asia. Prussia would like to say something very briefly, very quickly, as this does pertain to our good friends in the Netherlands. We have seen, obviously, the many embargoes placed upon the Dutch, but I would just like to say, obviously, that it is worrying that it was not dealt with on more of a public stage like this. There are many who obviously have a claim or claim to not want the Dutch to control Formosa and other territory, but that is a conversation to be had, not simple embargoing. I mean, I would remind, for example, the French who embargoed them, that it was them who also took an action in Asia without speaking with others, which did create an issue, which was resolved thankfully. But I hope that here today we can resolve these issues over the contention in Asia, as again, it is the duty of all Europeans to oversee matters in Asia.
The Dutch would like to make a statement on the issue of Formosa before we begin.
Boss, you like to speak?
We would like to say that in the event that that the European powers see it fit that we should give up or rescind our claims to Formosa, we would like to say that we are in all good faith willing to withdraw from Formosa in the event that we are compensated for our losses, as the whole state of Formosa is for a price that China owes us, and this price we feel needs to be compensated. We are willing to give up Formosa as long as this price is still compensated. I hope I've made myself clear that we are willing, in good faith, to discuss the issue of Formosa.
Okay,
Oh, well,
thank you. This is a French delegation, and I would like to speak about the matters that we've called you here today. It is clear, I think, to most or all of the countries today that truly understand the balance and power in Europe and how we go about things, that the Dutch have been an aggressive, belligerent nation. The last meeting we had in regards to them was their conquest of Africa and their continued expansion of their colonies across the world. At that time, we had asked them to cease their expansion, their continued aggressive expansion, or slow down their aggressive expansion, so as to not overextend themselves, which will cause greater turmoil and unrest in the areas they hold, which disturbs the European market as a whole. Shortly after this, the Dutch have taken upon themselves to go to
Also,
war.
Who unpassed? Who passed? Sorry.
I don't know who.
I will
check.
unpass.
Can we do times? If it's not annoying, can we do times 2 while we're doing this? Because
Yeah,
I agree,
freezing
this
for big conferences like this needs to stop. So I agree with that.
yeah, it's just yeah.
Yeah.
Times 2 will be fine. Well,
Okay, so sorry. The Dutch invasion of China destabilized and devastated the entire region and cut its access off to all of our markets for several years. They then claimed some historical colony as a right to take over the island of Formosa, which is significantly larger, or a significant population in comparison to the Dutch themselves. Once again, overextending themselves, once again, destabilizing the market that's outside of Europe as it relates to Europe, therefore damaging all of our economies and all of our growth. In France's opinion, the country of China should be carved up by the European powers and remain whole, but carved up in such a way that we can each gain a treaty port to gain access to their market, and so that we can each maintain, and that we all agree and maintain the stability in China, so that we can gain access to its market, access to its resources, and continue to exploit the country as we have been.
What would you suggest then to the French delegate here? Because the Dutch have made it clear that they're happy to if it is such that Formosa should not be owned. What is your
it's
proposal?
so funny that they've come to this meeting and said,
We are here to make a deal.
To,
I mean, you can attack the Dutch, but it does nothing.
About the island.
Order,
They say that we're willing to speak about the island. I literally just went and spoke with them, and they refused to even discuss it. So now they come here after.
If I may,
Perhaps they don't want to be cornered again by the French.
Order,
No,
gentlemen,
it was just
please.
me.
Can
It was
one
just me.
speak at a time?
They won't even. They won't even.
England wishes to speak.
They won't even speak truthfully in private.
England wishes to speak.
This I would like to answer the French here shortly. That perhaps it is wise to speak of such grave matters that in this council, and not only between two nations. And surely the Dutch cannot be criticized for that. Well, United Kingdom of Great Britain may speak.
We were informed about what France has spoken of, and we went to speak with the Dutch before this conference in order to find a pathway to peace. And we are happy to say that we were the ones to negotiate a possibility for there to be a peaceful entrance and exit to this conference. We do understand the French viewpoint that the Germans have been backing the Dutch to make aggressive moves to hide their own.
The Prussians, if you don't mind.
We speak of not only the Prussians, but all the Austrians as well, and therefore feel the qualifier is accurate. We do believe that the Dutch have been used by the Germans to hide their own expansion, but we do not see that war is of necessary terms to this.
Well, the French would obviously like to avoid a war. However, we do not see the continued occupation of Formosa as legitimate. We ask that the terms be here, that the powers here in this conference come up with a plan on how to equally divide the treaty ports of China, and that the island of Formosa is either returned to the Qing, or so that the Qing is made whole again, or is given to a more neutral European power. Either or is fine with me.
And the British would like to announce
We'd like to
pact was
suggest
agreed
that Formosa go to the either Spanish or the Portuguese, as they do not have much claims there as they used to.
We would support the Portuguese. But
We
not
were
Spain.
primarily thinking the Spanish, though. I mean, we do feel that they have been robbed of many colonies in Asia over the past, and I think it would be a good way for
What do you
that
mean?
to
They
be
have
balanced
the
out.
Philippines, they have Boney, they have the largest.
Exactly. They
literally
already have the
They have
experience.
the largest. They have the largest. colony
They have
in
contacts
Asia.
all throughout Asia already. They're a great place to
the trading
stabilize a
markets
port.
would-
That is not a neutral power. That's giving an already powerful power. I think Portugal is a more neutral body. They've gotten the treaty port there longer than any of us, right next door to the island, and it's obviously giving it to the Spanish market, just an extension of their alliance network and their friendship with Spain.
Can we mention that Portugal has recently announced that they support French efforts, and I think that shows that the Portuguese are warming up to the French. So, of course, no matter which power we end up choosing, someone is always going to be biased.
The
and
French have no.
Perhaps if we would hear from the Spanish, Spain, very briefly, for nothing for Spain. Well, you are a well-known historical colonial power with lots of experience. Would you have nothing to say on this for your own case here?
I do have something to say, and as a matter of fact, we believe that the island of Formosa should go to either ourselves or the Portuguese. This is as we took relatively few claims in the African region in the last conference of Vienna. So we believe that we should be able to receive this relatively small piece of land compared to other.
The French
This is
delegation
true.
does
The
not even
Portuguese
remotely
have had-
support.
The Portuguese have a huge claim in the southern region of Africa, as well as the treaty port inside the Qing Empire. I feel like giving Spain some concessions would be...
Absolutely, the
Would
French
be fair.
delegation would absolutely not support the Spanish gaining more territory in Asia as part of our splitting up of Asia. I would rather.
Do you
see
have
it
an
go to the
alternative
Qing.
that the Spain could take
I would
instead
rather-
then?
I would rather it go to the Qing than it would go to the Spanish.
Gentlemen, perhaps if
The Spanish are another
you
great
believe-
power. We said a neutral power. Like, what are you guys talking about?
Gentlemen, perhaps if you believe that the Dutch have gotten too much, there are two courses of action. Either, well, of course, the balance is kept for the current divisions, i.e., that the powers have all their own treaty port and they shall remain that, or entire states are to be captured. Only the Dutch have done so thus far. Of course,
There is the question of direct European control in Chinese territory. And that's something that we haven't even brought up yet, which is the question. I mean, I think we all know here, what is the purpose of our actions in Africa and in Asia? It's, of course, for wealth and power. The markets are of great worth, but it is also a spiritual duty to guide these nations forward so that they can enter the market next to, and perhaps, they will never be as great as European nations, but we must give a guiding hand. And the question then becomes if the current state of the Qing is such that it can even be guided as it currently is. I mean, there's a couple options there, which would be the division of it to more readily be able to deal with the regions, or direct control by European powers beyond treaty ports. I mean, that's something that I think is at least worth a conversation, given there is, in many ways, very little land left in Asia, and there are many hungry European colonial powers here today.
The British representative would like to disagree on that point. There are untapped parts of Asia.
Well, certainly, but not many that are not already claimed.
The only states which yet not have a treaty port is Beijing, Hebei, Jingzhou. Yes, there are those three states.
There is the possibility of a joint European war into the Qing in order to break the Holy Mandate and make a number of smaller countries, which could be more easily administered by a European guiding hand.
If the British would be allowed to finish their point, we were referring to the territories of Joseon and the Tokugawa shogunate.
2 territories unclaimed, indeed.
And Hawaii.
I see more than 2 people sitting at this table.
Well,
there are many parts that we can cut up that be open.
The share would propose either 2 solutions that if either the Dutch relinquish the hold of Formosa, or a further division where entire states be controlled by European powers.
May the Portuguese add something at this point, please? Thank you. We would like to propose agreement between the great nations of Europe that Portugal take the islands of Formosa, and in return, we declare that we're gonna stay neutral in any European conflict in the next 30 years. So this way, we can guarantee that.
Are you suggesting that you'd already planned not to be?
Excuse me?
You would then be suggesting that you're currently already planning to support someone in a European conflict, are you not, Ambassador?
No, we don't support any conflict. We are only supporting peace. We want a peaceful resolution in this matter.
Then why would staying neutral be a bargaining point for you to come with then?
Excuse me?
You're suggesting that your neutrality in a European conflict is a bargaining point to give you an island of 1.5 million people and extreme trade value in Asia. Why would you think that this is a valid point by which to bargain with if you are not already...
Because if we can avoid a total European war in this way, this is it.
So look, the French proposed this idea of dividing up states and dividing up China. Maybe this is something we can do later on, but I don't think that we should be investing large amounts of money into China and holding those lands. I think it's much more valuable to the European powers to divide up the country's treaty ports, return Formosa to the Qing so that it can be made whole again, and then divide up equally those treaty ports and that land that we had spoken about between the great powers to give us all equal access, free access to the Qing market, and then we can speak about maybe dividing up treaty ports or territories as it relates to Joseon and the Tokugawa shogunate. I do not think that it's in our best interest for us to divide up the Qing Empire and control their states directly. I don't think that this is a path towards maintaining the stability in that region.
The Spanish delegates would like to concur.
Oshak hasn't been able to speak since the beginning, so I would like to first speak for Spain, delegate from Spain. I would like to indicate that the Russian Empire approved completely of the proposal made by the French We believe that is a more sensible answer than dividing each part of China between every European power. Just everyone can get a treaty port. Russia, for itself, would like to have claims, like to show its claim to Outer Manchuria and to the state of Tomsk. So just two very small regions. That's the only thing we would like to gain from a potential whatever this conference ends up being. But we believe that dividing treaty ports and not dividing the whole country is the more sensible solution, and we stand with the French. Yes.
The
Thank you.
Belgian delegation would like to speak very quickly as well that we do not wish for China to be divided as economically it does not make sense as massive empire can fuel the massive plantations and all resources that require. If we to divide them, the economy will break, populations will go haywire, and the supply chain will essentially break. It does economically not sound.
We would just like to comment here in that we made the suggestion for a very simple reason, that as far as we see it, this is a continuation of the balance of power. I hope you would all agree with that. And the problem that the Prussians see here is, again, there is very little territory and very little regions that already do not have a European influence or claim upon them. As the British delegate said, it is Joseon and it is the Tokugawa shogunate. What we worry about here is that there are many nations in Europe here today that doubtless want interests in Asia, but there's very little to go around, and necessity of a lack of a resource always makes for dangerous circumstances. We agree that the sensible solution is simply treaty ports, but then we would ask the question to the Congress, what is the alternative wherein we don't see conflict here over the very limited number of agreed upon territories, as there are many who I don't think have any plans to give up what they already control in Asia.
I mean, I would simply say that we, as part of the agreement, I think that I propose that we, again, give the island back to the Qing. We each get our treaty ports, and then we can decide what Russians' claims are, what Russia's claims are, what the treaty port claims are of each nation, and then as part of this, we can move forward and decide here, what do we do with the remaining countries of Joseon and Tokugawa shogunate? I would propose personally that we open their markets, release Joseon as a tributary from the Qing, make them independent, open the market of the Tokugawa shogunate, force Japan to open their market, and then we all agree here that we will leave those countries to be equally traded with all nations, but that we will not take over their land. I think that would be fair, and that would maintain the balance of power. Spain would then have their colonies of interest, the Prussians would have their colonies of interest, the Dutch would have their colonies of interest, Britain theirs, Russia would have theirs. Every great power would have their own interests in the area that would be equal, and it would not upset the balance of power. Then if Joseon and Tokugawa simply had their markets open, and then we agreed to leave their land intact. I think this would be a good solution.
The show would ask, is this proposal to divide up the Qing into spheres of influence, or?
No, this is a proposal to divide the remaining treaty ports up among the great powers that do not have them. Then
I believe multiple treaty ports can be established in the same state, however.
They can't.
Of course, the provinces as well. Anyway,
they can't.
No. There's only three remaining, which is why look. I'm basically proposing that instead of dividing up the Qing into spheres of influence, we simply divide up the remaining treaty ports among ourselves, so that we maintain access to those areas. We force the Qing to release Joseon and open Joseon's market, open Tokugawa market, and return the Dutch island or the currently Dutch-occupied island of Formosa to the Qing. Now, the Dutch suggested that they would like to be compensated for this island, and I would like to know a figure for that compensation.
But before
so
we get
can at
into
least
that
talk
and we
about
start pushing things on the Dutch, I just want to reiterate, the Prussians don't feel like the current issue has been addressed, which is, I just like to, before the French start getting us to run here, what the other European powers say about this. What is being suggested right now is that all European powers will have a treaty port in the Qing, which I think we all could agree upon is a great idea. But that leads two areas, which is Yosun and the Tokugawa Shogunate. And I believe the French delegate is suggesting that those regions no one would have sole influence there, and they'd also just be a free open market. That means effectively that the current balance and situation in Asia would basically just stay the same, besides obviously having access to those markets. If this is what the European powers would like, that is wonderful, and we've reached a conclusion. But I would just like to make sure that the other European colonial powers are okay with, obviously, the status quo in Asia. I would like to hear from the other countries.
The Ottoman Sultanate would like to support the French proposal for a partition of the remaining treaty ports and the opening of Japanese and Korean markets.
Very
The
well.
delegation of Portugal also supports the French proposal.
The British section of Belgium would like to support France's proposal.
The British would like clarification. The British would like to expand into Asia further, and specifically into Japan and Korea, past just a treaty port.
You would have open market with a French proposal, so you'd be able to trade with them.
Yes, we would like more than that. We would also like to stake our claims on the territories of Burma, as the peninsula of Indochina is a matter of flashpoint. If we are granted the permission to take all of Burma, we will be satisfied with whatever terms France and Prussia get. In reflection,
under no circumstances would we accept, as part of this, though, that Britain is taking any part of treaty ports or land in Josem or Tokugawa Shogunate. That's part of this treaty. That's part of this agreement, that we would open our markets to the Europeans, and as part of keeping everything in balance of power in Asia, we would see that open market. We would see them being open market. So the British, we would not acknowledge the British right to conquest them. That would drastically upset the balance of power.
As we offered in exchange for the allowance of Burma, we shall accept a deal where we receive identical status to Prussia and France in these matters.
That's acceptable to me, that Burma be included as part of the sphere of Britain. Does anyone have any issues with that?
Okay, so I want to reiterate here that another piece of territory is being given away to Britain, and then to none of the other European powers will anything be given.
On that note, what is the opinion of everyone else on the claims of Russia? Considering most delegates here have approved of France.
Russia will support it.
The Ottomans support the British proposal to amend to allow for the acquisition of Siam, and also supports the Russian proposal for a treaty port within Qing, but not the proposal for Qing-Tomsk to be turned over to Russia.
The Spanish delegates support the Russian claims to Outer Manchuria. However, we do not support the handing over of Burma to the British.
The Portuguese delegation supports the handover of Burma to the British, and we are neutral in the Russian matter.
The Dutch support the Russian claims. With the British Burma, we have no particularly strong feelings either way.
The Austrian Empire would wholeheartedly disagree with the French and British proposal. We feel that it doesn't benefit the rest of Europe, and think it's another ploy in order for them to try and dictate and control the regions of Asia. We're going to dispute this and in fact stake a whole claim on the region of the Tokugawa Shogunate, as we have had many dealings with them and are looking to open their markets to the full European support as the Austrian Empire, through the Austrian Empire.
Would the Austrians please clarify their claim over the Tokugawa Shogunate?
Absolutely. We wish to The Tokugawa Shogunate is a whole region controlled by an emperor based on our diplomatic findings, and we find that it would be easily manipulated to be controlled by one state, and through that state, other European nations can trade through that. So it would be a claim on the entire region.
Unquestionably, that is not happening. There's no way that you're getting the entire population of the Tokugawa Shogunate when you literally have to sail out of the Straits of Gibraltar all the way around the coast of Africa, all the way to there, when you do not have the naval capacity or the ability to do that.
I don't think it's suggesting that they don't have the naval capacity is true here. I mean, to be frank on that account.
They don't. I mean, just because they have 100 flotillas.
Who defines who has the proper flotilla amount? Is there a number? I don't think there is. I think this is.
Would the French like to clarify how many flotillas the Austrians would need for this?
We're absolutely not talking about splitting up Japan. We all just heard everybody agree that Japan and Korea should be maintained as open markets for all of Europe. Everyone just went down the line and agreed to that. And then the Austrian delegation comes out and says, "Oh, we claim all of Japan."
Yes, this does seem like a rather
That is insane. That's insane. That's not happening under any circumstance.
You can disagree with your like it's happening either way. You can stop me by force, or you can simply be quiet.
Wait, hold on. There's strong feelings here.
I'm absolutely expelling your diplomats. And then bargaining.
The British would like to
The French are taking hostile action against the Austrians? That's really a radical step here.
That was a diplomatic insult, and we do not accept it.
I not think that merely expelling diplomats during this discussion is a good thing to do. If all of Japan is to be claimed, then of course we replace a division of Japan, perhaps in states or treaty ports, to be conducted.
That suggestion is reasonable, but I just still like to remind everyone here that the French have already taken massive regions in Africa, more of the population than the Tokugawa. So are they really one to talk about such things?
Hey, that land is literally less than a week's way from my country. The land from Austria.
So we only can take land near each other. What if you're landing in Vietnam? That's more than a couple weeks away.
What are you talking about?
You've taken much land in Vietnam. There's many people there. Do you wish to give that up?
No, for the idea that the Austrians can somehow project power to the Tokugawa Shogunate is laughable. They have nothing within thousands and thousands and thousands of leagues of this. They just got their colony in Zanzibar. We all just agreed that the Tokugawa Shogunate and the Joseon Kingdom of Joseon should both have their markets open for all Europeans. And the insulting suggestion that the Austrians just take over the entire shogunate and they're going to do it regardless of this Congress spits in the face of this Congress. Everyone here just agreed that the way towards peace would be the continued stability of Asia. Now we can debate and talk about, should Britain get part of Burma or this or that and the other thing, or I do suggest that Austria should have parts of they already have treaty ports. So it's just I don't understand how this is not an extreme upset balance of power for Austria to just say, everyone wants to have this market open, and then they're going to go back and take that over. It's not happening. Absolutely not. Under no circumstance.
The Dutch delegate would just like to say that this constant throwing around of, that power cannot, push their influence over there, is being used so liberally. It is being used against the Dutch Empire.
France is really starting to just dictate things, which is not what this conference is for.
The Dutch have had four uprisings since that conference.
We had one uprising, and it was swiftly crushed.
If Britain may have order on this matter,
sure.
Does Austria wish to offer terms to get support for their claim over Japan?
Define terms.
Well, you are seeking our support for your claim, are you not?
Yeah, support would be ideal, yes.
Are you saying that you will... Yes, it would be ideal for peace. And we're all here for peace. So does Austria come to this Congress in good faith to maintain peace on this matter?
Of course, yes. We feel that economically, in the opening up the Qing market has been useful, and separating them into multiple states would lead to confusion in their own nation. We feel this is the exact same way with the Tokugawa shogunate. They are controlled by one head of state. Separating them would lead to mass confusion. Their markets would be destroyed. We feel that in order to fully work with that nation and work it...
We're not talking about splitting up. We're talking about the exact opposite. What are you talking about?
So that's what we're saying. We're saying that... Exactly, so we're in agreement. However, we feel that the Austrian Empire should wholly control that region.
That's ridiculous.
That is merely our claim.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
Of course, France would feel that. France feels everything's absolutely ridiculous.
That's insane. The idea that, okay, you just said the statement that the splitting up the state of China would be a negative impact on all of us, not be a good thing. However, you just taking over a country of similar size, that's legitimate. And then when you've been asked to give your argument on why and giving your terms of why to the people here in Europe at this Congress, you give none. You just said, because I claim it. It's ridiculous. Your claims are absolutely untenable. I move to continue with the proposal that we all were moving forward before we were rudely interrupted by these fantasies. The proposal is a simple division of the remaining treaty ports, the recognition of the Russian claims that we'd spoken about, the opening of the markets of Korea and Japan to the rest of Europe, and the maintain of the status quo and balance of power in Europe. Or I'm sorry, in the Asian region. Most of the countries here agree to this.
I don't think so. I don't think you've actually given anyone a chance to actually speak. You're just assuming. Yes, they did, and then I gave my claim.
They went through. Portugal said they agreed.
And then I said mine.
Said they agreed. The Ottomans said they agreed. The Scandinavians said they agreed. The Russians said they agreed. The Belgians said they agreed.
Mine.
You just said that you're literally not listening to the conference if you think that every nation went through and was agreeing until you guys just came out, or until you came out and said you're going to invade Japan.
Of course, I offered a different solution to your solution. By that regard.
Yes, and then you claim that I didn't get anyone else a chance to say anything when they literally, they did decide. They were all voting on that thing.
They decided before I gave my solution.
Gentlemen, please order. Do not shout in this chamber.
I say we go through and we ask all of the great powers what they think of each solution and where they stand.
Well,
and I think we work from there.
So just every time there's a little move or different change, we're going to do another vote?
Hold on, really quickly. France has been talking a lot. We've heard lots from them. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak right now?
The Scandinavian delegation would like to, for one, question giving further land to the British Empire in Asia.
Hold on, really quickly. What does Britain have to say here?
Britain understands the Austrian control over the island of Nippon. We do not see this as a righteous cause for war against them, just as much as we offered in private that Formosa is not a righteous course of war in the Congress of Europe.
So you do support Austria then?
We are not against Austria in this matter. If they are in good faith willing to say that this is peaceful and
How is it peaceful?
So it is only the French who have an issue with it, isn't it? Do the French wish for Japan themselves, or what's going on here?
I think Russia wanted to speak.
May we operate with the understanding that Austria has gained the consent of Japan in this matter?
The consent of an Asian country?
No.
Yeah,
what? That's absurd.
Dude,
I think Russia would like to speak if we could give them a moment for the floor.
Thank you. I don't like to shout. I would like to say that the view of Great Britain is the same view of Russia on this matter. We have no problem with Austrian claims. The Tokugawa.
This is ridiculous that you guys would even remotely accept that Austria has claims over Japan after you just agreed to open their market. It's absolutely ridiculous.
We agreed on the Empire of Qing.
Would ask for some order and perhaps would also agree that seeing that many proposals have been laid forth, we shall have 2 votes, one being concerning Sheng. I believe we have one proposal for the banning of European powers to own entire states and limiting it to treaty ports. Do we have a counter-offer, Claire? That would give Formosa to Sheng. Other than that, I believe voting on matters which we've discussed is prudent before we begin discussing.
I mean, as a show of sentiment, yes. But it would be individual items, wouldn't it? I mean, we have the China issue, but I think there's general consensus in Europe that it's going to be treaty ports there. And of course, the Russians taking the rightful claims they have in Manchuria. Which is there anyone who has disagreed with that? I mean, the thing at stake right now, I think, primarily is the Japanese issue, right? And obviously, the other regions.
Chairman asked for a vote on the Chinese issue before we began discussing Japan, as it believes to be separate.
Well, part of the Chinese issue, right? So the treaty ports on the Russian part, and then the return of Formosa to the Qing. So if we can, that's the first vote you guys are saying, and we're gonna break them up into each part. Because if that's the case, then I vote yes to that treaty ports, and then Formosa returning to the Qing.
I do not believe the issue of Formosa is something that we have really discussed in enough depth to just lump it in with the the European policy towards China. That is really, you're just trying to push a French.
I'm not trying to push anything. I'm trying to get an understanding of what's going on.
Even we have, gentlemen, I believe the issue is that if all European powers are to take.
I've been doing a lot of behind the deal stuff, by the way. I'm just going to say that right now. Bismarck is going for a much bigger play here, so I'll tell you about it when we're done. No, we're not.
Great powers that already are there. There would only be 3 more powers that would require treaty ports, and we have 4 provinces that can be given for that.
Do you have a counteroffer, such as all powers which have 2 treaty ports can take one of them as a state, or what is your proposal?
There was no counter proposal. It was simply stating that we do have the capacity for treaty ports for the European powers gathered here.
Including, we have 3 more to go, so to say.
No, we have 2 more because listen. The only great powers, or the only European powers that don't have treaty ports in China right now is Belgium and France. Okay, the Russians taking out.
Oh, so that's where this is coming from, yeah. Okay.
No, I'm just clarifying what he's talking about in game terms. The Russians taking outer Manchuria would remove one of those treaty ports being able to be done. So there's only 2 treaty ports additional. Formosa going back to the Qing.
Guangdong and then Formosa, you could both get ports on, couldn't you? Treaty ports.
Well, I'm just saying, giving Formosa to the Qing would give us the additional treaty port, so that the other European powers, such as Scandinavia or wherever, or the Ottomans, the other powers at this conference, are able to get them.
The Dutch said they're okay with that, though, right?
That's what I'm trying to clarify. I'm not trying to demand it.
The Dutch stance is that we are more than willing to return Formosa as long as the compensation for the price is paid, whether that be in territory elsewhere or like financial.
We would like to publicly state that very briefly. Hold on, one moment, Chair. I just want to say something very briefly. We would say, in order to make a peaceful situation here, because again, my king feels differently, but I'm of the opinion that colonialism is useful but not practical to some like us. We'd be happy to give over our territories in Indonesia to the Dutch as good friends of the Prussian people as compensation, just to get a deal done here, because we all want peace and we want to move forward. Would that be reasonable to the Dutch?
It's you see, it would be a start. The issue is that Formosa is quite a high price. We don't demand unreasonable levels, like say, like half of Korea or anything else that would be unreasonable. However, we do wish that if we are to completely rescind Formosa, back to the Qing, that we get a little bit more than a handful of islands that, to begin with, diplomatically, were things that we were willing to part with and allow other
Very well.
nations to have. The region of Papua New Guinea is one that we have seen a lot of interest in. The entire area of Papua New Guinea would be something that would be, in our eyes, equivalent to Formosa, as it is a very rich region for population and trade.
Gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, but I'm gonna leave it obviously unmuted so you guys can hear.
From the other European powers in Papua New Guinea, if they were in agreement that in return for rescinding our claims to Formosa and giving it back, that the other European powers hand over their territories within Papua New Guinea and allow the Dutch East Indies to claim the entire island.
I believe the strips have previously made agreements. If the Dutch would like to resolve those at another time.
Sorry, I didn't. Can you repeat that?
I believe the strips have previously made agreements.
Yeah. Well, we can discuss individual agreements when it comes to in between us and the other powers at an individual level, unless they wish to bring any issues now. But we do. We do want compensation of equal. We do believe the island of Papua New Guinea.
The French would give up their claims to Papua New Guinea in order for the Dutch to show in good faith towards peace if the Dutch give their Formosa back to Qing.
Well, that's what we're trying to aim for. We are trying to aim for the good faith handing over of Formosa in a way that allows us to still get our price paid, which we're we hope that the other powers would also agree to the idea of Dutch Papua New Guinea.
The only people you need to talk to are the Prussians and the British. So if you work out something with them, then yes, we can move forward then, and that could be the deal. So the deal then, just so everyone's clear, would be treaty ports for the rest of the great powers in Qing, the return of Formosa to the Qing, the removal of French colonies from Papua New Guinea, and then the Dutch can work out with the Prussians and the British the rest of the Papua New Guinea issue, and then that would be one resolution that we can all agree to or not. We have to put a vote. And that includes the Russians, sorry. That part of that includes the Russians. And then we can go and move on to the issue of Josum, Takagawa, and the other, I think it was Burma, right? Yeah? So do you guys want to do a vote on that first proposition
We
then?
believe Burma is an equal
hold on, don't
issue
bring
to
it up
Russia. We brought it up before Russia brought up their claims.
I'm just trying to get these resolutions moved forward. Is everyone okay with that first resolution going
We
forward?
don't understand why Russia's claims get moved ahead of ours.
It's just that the claims of Burma were brought up towards the end of this conference.
It was brought up before Russia's claims.
I want to make it clear, Russia has not made any claim. We didn't make any claims during the previous conference. This is the first time we have made any claims at all. It's literally for two pieces of land in China. So yeah, it's the British have expanded massively across the world. So I don't understand why Britain is complaining about our claims and that we talked about.
Because we entered into this meeting, and we've been out here a long time, and ours came before yours.
This is such a ridiculous way to look. We have this proposal on China, on the issue of China. Let's move forward with this proposal on China, voting yes or no on how we're going to do it, and then we can talk about the other regions. We've been here for a very long time. and the other regions are issues that are being tacked onto this one that we can talk about individually. Because it seems to be that there's other issues, such as the Tokugawa Shogunate, Burma, and Josem, are issues with real contention that need to be talked about between the power.
The show would agree. The proposal on the floor now is the banning of all European powers to own direct states, with the exclusion of China, Russian Empire, that will be granted the right for Outer Manchuria, in addition to Qing Tomsk. In addition to that exclusion, all European powers are only permitted the right to own treaty ports within the Empire of the Great Qing. We are moving for a vote, and
Formosa, and the deal with me and the Dutch for Formosa. No, that's it.
This proposal would ban your.
I do want to also say and remind that I'm muted.
Are of course entitled to.
One thing I would say here and remind as well is general sentiment is what defines action here. This body holds no authority. We are here collectively to decide things. I mean, we need to decide or figure out who is in support of these different things. We're not going to get a consensus here.
Yes, we would merely ask for a vote on a matter, so to inform both the Dutch and other powers if there's a consensus or close to consensus on this matter that only treaty ports are to be owned within the Qing. Therefore, the chair would ask the powers within order, and we would begin with the French. What is the French opinion on this?
French agrees.
The opinion of the Dutch?
The Dutch agree.
The Ottoman Empire?
The Ottomans agreed to all but the Russian claims for Outer Manchuria.
Well,
We've stated before.
The Austrian-Hungarian Empire?
Austria-Hungary agrees.
Scandinavia?
Scandinavian Empire agrees.
Kingdom of Spain?
Kingdom of Spain agrees.
The Kingdom of Prussia?
We agree.
The Kingdom of Great Britain? United Kingdom of Britain. I'm afraid. Sorry.
There's a lot of words for it, don't worry. Great Britain agrees.
Yes. The Russian Empire?
Russian Empire agrees.
And the Kingdom of Belgium?
We all accept in all.
Well, it seems to be an almost united consensus, and with that, I believe that we can begin discussing other matters in that of China, that being Japan. The chair opens up for the members to start discussing that matter entirely.
We've already discussed it quite at length here. I mean, there is one power that disagrees at this point, I believe.
Yes, I believe so. That being France.
Yes.
Given that there are no others that disagree, I mean, I think
Disagree
that
with
there's
what? I'm sorry, disagree with what? Sorry.
the Austrian caretaking of the Tokugawa
There's
shogunate.
no way it was only Austria, France that disagreed. Absolutely.
Are there others who disagree? I apologize.
Yes, there were. There were several
would
countries.
ask any member here to be frank and state the disagreement.
These should be open markets.
We've heard from the French. Who else was it? I apologize. Prussia would like to hear.
The Ottomans also support the proposal by the French to have the Tokugawa shogunate be an open market to all.
Very well. Was there anyone else?
Portugal, you had said you supported it. Russia had said they supported it. Like, come on, speak up.
In this matter, we stand with Austria.
The Spanish also stand with Austria on this matter.
The Scandinavian Empire also stands with Austria.
The Dutch support Austria.
Prussia supports Austria.
Under no circumstances will France support the invasion militarily of Austria by the Tokugawa shogunate, and we will defend the Tokugawa shogunate if you try to take that market for yourself. We will defend them.
Very well.
If a war is to be taken place, I would ask perhaps another solution where
we would avoid war, but them taking over another country is unequivocally the most aggressive act talked about at this conference.
If France wishes for this to be decided on the battlefield, then it shall be decided on the battlefield. We're not willing to compromise on this position. We feel that this is the best course of action for Europe.
Yeah, the Tokugawa shogunate should be open market to every European nation to trade with, not some Austrian protectorate that they simply
Great Britain
cannot.
would like to offer a compromise. Will the Tokugawa shogunate have an open market and under the protection of Austria, or will it be a closed market under Austria?
We'd be willing to open the market. We just feel that an oversight from a European power is the best way to fully execute the market.
That's not how these work. That's how the Qing. That's what we're doing in the Qing Empire. We know
believe
that
that
it's
it's
not like
completely different.
He just said like other places, and it's not like that other places.
The Dutch would propose that potentially, if there is an issue of wanting to have the market still open to them, then potentially there could be opening for treaty ports within Japan while they're under the protection of Austria. Just so
I do want to
the
reiterate though
European
that this is a situation where the French are trying to hold everything hostage here. Like we all want peace, but if France does not have the ability to just project its power, they're threatening war here to get what they want, and that's their choice
What
at
are
the
you
end of the
talking
day.
about? They're threatening to invade Japan, and I'm saying under
Japan
no
is not at this conference.
Japan is a secondary Asian power.
If another country came in and said that they wanted to invade China or Korea, I would also say that that is an imbalance of power and upsetting the status quo in Asia, and I would agree
that
we
is
should
your
stop
right
them
as
there.
the delegation of France
I'm
to
just
say
saying
that.
the idea that
But we don't
I'm
have to
taking
listen
something. Oh, the idea that I'm taking something by denying him taking something is insane. That just doesn't make any sense. That's wild. That's insane.
There's a lot of like hostility here obviously happening, but there is general sentiment in support in Austria, and that all that can come out of this sort of conference. Were there other matters to discuss on the table as well, given we have been here for quite a while?
Indeed.
I believe
so the closer consensus in with, of course, the King of France opposing this would be that Austria would be given the right to puppet Japan, the Tokugawa shogunate. Is that correct?
Correct.
Well,
Let it be known to all European powers that I wish for peace
do we
and
have
no.
any other major issues to be discussed? Otherwise, the chair would like this meeting to end.
If Austria invades the Tokugawa shogunate, the French asks that the European powers stand with me in maintaining the peace in this area, stability in this area, so that we all have access to their markets, not just one power who wishes to upset the stability in the region. The purpose of this conference is stability.
The British Empire would like to state that as long as Austria conditions that the lands in Nippon shall be an open market, then we shall not object to their oversight.
It's going to be part of their market. They're going to have full control over tariffs and everything else. There's no way we have any say.
As long as they do not engage in hostile actions economically against other nations, then we shall not object to their ownership over the island.
They're going to take it into their market and be able to do all the tariffs on it. There is no situation in which the Tokugawa shogunate having an open market
this is just more complaints from France. That's fine, but this is taking up all the delegates' time. Were there any other matters to discuss? Then I think we have concluded a future for Asia. Very well.
The British representative would like to give all members here a chance to object one last time.
Object to the annexation of the Tokugawa shogunate.
To the statement made that there is any other objections to the plan for Asia.
Well, if any, I will wait 5 seconds. If anyone wants to raise another issue, they can do so. Well, gentlemen, I believe this meeting is finished. This council regarding East Asia is finished. I will thank you all for attending, and we shall have a meeting when a need for such is needed. Thank you all. RFRP, this is finished as well, so we can go to your channels.
Oops, that's not the right one. I'll explain all this what's happened. I need to talk with the GC about a couple things real quick though. All right, so we will be able to get back on the hot one in 23 minutes. Just a heads up, guys. So just so you are aware about that. But out of RP, what happened there is we have a deal with Austria that if we can get their support, if we support them in getting Japan, which we successfully did, I gave a bunch of concessions behind closed doors I'll talk about in a minute, to basically get that to happen. They're going to let us do whatever we want with the German miners. So Bismarck just worked out a deal to basically give away colonial power in Asia for the ability to unite Germany, as well as keeping an alliance with Austria, which to a man like Bismarck would be way more important. So let's go. Yo, Hastings, are you here real quick?
I'm here. I'm here.
I'm just curious, why is there a player on Bavaria, and that player? I mean, he.
Oh, that player. God, I didn't see that. Yeah, it's journalist.
Did you tell him you could play Bavaria?
I heard him ask, "Can I join Bavaria?" I'll ask him in Twitch, and I said, "Okay, you can ask him in Twitch," but he.
I didn't see it, and I didn't say yes.
Yeah, I said you.
Like, I want to clarify out of RP real quick. I'm about to unify Germany as soon as I get back in. I have a deal with Austria, and Kingdom of Bavaria was hit #1 because they RP'd that they were basically attacking people rallying for Germany. So
yeah. I will tell him that consent has not been given, so he will have to change nation.
Okay, cool. Appreciate that.
Is he here? I know that
he's down there. The other thing I want to ask for your call as a GC is if a war happens where France fights Austria, am I able to support him and demand Alsace-Lorraine, or do you want to keep it colonial, given this is such a big war?
Like, I would like for like colonial wars to go European, but yeah, I would allow that. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Just want to check before I
would be
do it.
clear with the French. So yeah,
we'll make it clear, like, before the war goes in, that, like, if we're joining and this goes down, we're gonna demand Germanic territory. So
exactly.
Okay.
Yes, it would cease to be a colonial war if you join. Yes.
Yep. All right. Cool. Just wanted to check.
Yep. Good.
Try to see.
I've done what you've asked for.
I do not see the Austrian player. That's odd. Okay, so again, we're still waiting to be able to go back in. I'm looking at a save file of the game before it started, by the way. I crashed, so yeah, this isn't the actual game. We're waiting to get back in.
I will share my screen about Prussia
perfect.
as of now.
Thank you.
If you want to...
Oh, that's the wrong button. God damn it.
We have applied steel frame building, which requires more steel and more glass.
Beautiful.
So I've had to focus on that a bit because I applied steel frame building.
Sounds good. Oh, I did get that, yeah. Also, you built the universities, right?
Yeah, I've alt-tabbed a few. There is... we now have...
One of the things I wanted to do this game was to build up my universities to keep pace with the Paris one. That was one of the big ones.
Yeah, I'm gonna take to ever 2.
I think he has 30 unless he built more.
Alt-tabbing.
Yeah.
Yes, I will. In Paris, there are 35. So to compensate, I will add 5 to his.
Okay, cool.
If that is fine.
Perfect. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Ambassador, what can I do for you?
We have come to smooth things over after our slight issue in the thing. We were meant to intending to fully support the Austrians in their claim to Japan. I'm not quite sure what my diplomat had been briefed on when he claimed to not support it. However, we would like to reiterate that the Dutch nation has always intended to fully support the Prussian and Austrian goals.
Yeah, we were quite surprised to hear that you had no wish over those islands to try and smooth that situation over, and we're uncertain what the reasoning was.
Hey, sorry, real quick for the Dutch. Hey, so are you guys just gonna save edit the island of Formosa out? I guess, right? That's how you have to do it.
I'm not sure. I'll have to. Yeah.
You would have to put in a save request for Sheng to annex it. Yes.
Okay, so I'll just for Papua New Guinea as part of the agreement, I'll just cancel my colonies there, I guess. But I have to wait until like my diplomat plays are done before I can do
I also
that.
do gotta say, I'm in the middle of Diplo. I'm happy to finish it quickly, but I do want to finish that so I can do some other stuff here as well. Yep. Just real quick.
I'm just making sure. So I'll cancel my colonies when I can. Then for you, Dutch, and then you just put a save edit in, and we're good to go.
Yeah, I'll do that. Don't worry. Yeah.
All right, sounds good.
Right,
So it is then the case that you do wish for those islands.
Yeah, we're very sorry about that diplomatic issue. We really do not understand what happened. I think the diplomat may have gone rogue or something. We're not entirely sure, but we would like to reiterate that we do fully support you and the Austrians, and we hope that this hasn't soured any of our relations or any deals that we may have or may come to in the future.
Certainly not. We can abide by this. It was just we were very worried about it, and we assume, obviously, as good friends, given this transfer is about to happen, that you will have no issue with us, obviously, supporting the many people rallying in the Germanic states across the German nations within Europe Central.
Oh, certainly not. As a close Germanic family member, we do believe that the Germans should have right to decide how you go. If you know, the German people clearly want a unified nation, and therefore they should have it.
That's good to hear. In that case, I see no issue with this, but I also would say that do remember that we look past this slight and proceeded with things in the future.
Oh, we are very thankful for that, and we once again apologise for this mistake. We're not quite sure how it occurred, and we hope that we will manage to prevent it from occurring in the future.
That's good to hear. In that case, we look forward to continuing our many deals with the Dutch. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. I will leave back to Amsterdam.
Yeah, I have already spoken with the Russian delegation. We have come to an agreement, but I also want to see if perhaps you could also.
Oh wait, he's busy.
Your Majesty, I believe you can see my stream.
Oh yeah. I was trying to speak with the Austrians. Okay. Let's see. Universities, everything's good to go. I'm gonna start. I'll do the actual like involvement with European Germanic states as soon as the rehost happens. Can wait for that.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah. Generally speaking, nothing major happened because I couldn't screen at all during any of that. Did anything happen?
In Germany, no.
Okay.
I've been building, like as I said, I shift over to steel frame buildings. So I had to build glass, tools, and steel. A bit more than
are you working on clothing now, right, in mass, or what's the construction queue?
Construction, I'm.
Wheat.
Yeah, I should.
For what?
That was
yeah. That yeah, we're not an agricultural economy, so definitely get rid of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll remove that. Yeah.
Radicals are high. Would you might go into laws real quick, or the government tab as well, just to make sure? I want to take a look at that.
Yep.
Do appreciate it.
Okay, I'm removing. Laws. I'm increasing.
Please cancel the colonial one. I don't want to up that. It's Bismarck. He does not support colonialism. Just cancel that real quick for me. Yep.
I'm increasing your.
Yep, I plan to do that. Go to overview real quick.
Yep.
All right, cool. It is the coalition kept together. All right, cool. That's just what I want to check.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yes, as you have private health insurance, us increasing that would just be like better practices.
Yep. And are you able to get rid of child labor laws? That's something I've been trying to wait forever to fucking do, and I was going to try and do that anyway.
Child labor laws.
Compulsory school education. Compulsory school education for child labor. I've had since session 1. I put out an RP post like mandating that, so I've been waiting. Compulsory, not restricted.
Compulsory.
Yes.
I would try, but do you want to try?
Yeah, just push it through.
Huh?
Yeah, I did an RP in session 1 saying that like there was already compulsory education and there would be fines for people who didn't do that for like workers and stuff like that. So, and finally got a government
Somebody
that'll do it.
pass, but I will. Someone pass. I will pass. Unpass and free speed since it's no longer a Council of Europe.
Cool.
Concerning the wine situation, do you want me to import that?
Only if it's cheap.
Yeah.
Go click on new import.
Yep. I don't know. Oh god. Continue. My game is like lagged, so so some Ottoman wine and some.
No, not Ottoman. We're not importing from them. No.
Okay, sorry.
That's fine. We do have. I do like diplomatically. We're not trading with them. Out of RP. There's no statement or anything. But
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello there.
Firstly, we would like to thank you again for your public support of the Austrian dominion over the Tokugawa shogunate.
Of
we
course.
feel this will be a great market for the Prussians and for any German state with our free trade agreement that we have in place.
We fully agree. Also, Sermo, what's up?
I crashed, but we're next to Rio, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, 12 minutes.
I came to talk to the Prussians.
If you don't mind, I'm just having a conversation with the Austrians real quick.
All right, I shall be on my way.
I would like to make it very clear to you, Ambassador, that Germany did give up, I apologize, slip of the tongue. Prussia did give up a lot in this situation behind closed doors. We did give up all claims on Papua New Guinea, we gave up the Spice Islands to the Dutch, and we made no... God damn it. 1 second. What's up, Portugal?
What is happening? Are we rehosting or?
No. Who passed? Sorry.
Are we rehosting?
Yeah, a lot of people just
You will
left the
be
game.
in 11 minutes. Sorry. Someone passed. Did people leave?
Yeah, like at least 3 people and the UK leave.
Yeah, UK had a crash, so the rehost will be in 11 minutes or in 10 minutes.
I am biased here, but I will say that without a UK, an AI UK would be a little not the best.
Okay, I will.
It's fine if it's a few minutes early.
Yeah, I guess so. I'll just make the save. Yes.
Oh, I forgot you were still out, Ham.
Oh yeah, I'm staring through the window.
Yeah,
I've never crashed before. I'm curious what the fuck caused that. I gotta look at my files after the game and figure out what happened.
Yeah. Well, we'll be a rehost, and Ham can.
Supposedly we have a Japan player, but I can't see.
Focus on
Anyone?
Cuba.
He's around here, I believe. He was.
Which nations, interesting nations available?
Also, real quick, you might, Hastings and DB, do you mind hopping in our channel? Because I do want to finish this Diplo with Austria real quick.
Yeah.
And thank you again, Hastings.
Thank you.
Anyway, we want to make it very clear, on a personal note, that we gave up significant concessions here. I'm not a colonial man myself, but the king was furious. So I just want to reiterate that obviously the Austrians will not interfere in the actions of Prussia going forward in Germany, correct?
Of course. No, we completely understand the sacrifice you have made, and we feel the Kaiser, I feel that the concessions made in regards to occupying the Japanese region will fastly propel our nation into a state where we are willing to support your claim for the rest of the German region, and will support Prussian unity among the independent German nations. It is with great sacrifice we do this. As long as you uphold your end to put the German people first, we don't see any major issue with this, as we do feel that both your nation becoming unified with the independent states and Austrian occupation, or uplifting, should I say, of the Tokugawan state will leave us both in a very powerful position for the rest of Europe.
We're fully agreed on that. And Absolutely. Going forward, I want to reiterate that our cooperation with Austria is a very useful one. And in the event of French interference, Prussia will be getting involved alongside our Germanic brothers in Austria. Though if we were to do so, I think a conversation will need to be had with Paris regarding the Germanic people of Alsace-Lorraine, of which make up the majority of that region, which is under French occupation.
Indeed. We believe a war with France would be an easy one to be victorious over. Their army, whilst large, is French, so...
Out of RP, what's his tech, though? Because I was looking over at his university and he has so fucking many. Does he on trench yet?
I don't know. Last I checked, I was just checking at the numbers of his units. I didn't actually check how much he had.
Yeah, I'm a little worried because like he has so many universities. He might already have trench or something.
I'll pop into it. He best not have trench. I've just started investing in my more military. Let's see what he's got. My spies tell me he has. He's on bolt action rifles, but he's not got trench. He's still on skirmish infantry.
Okay, cool. Then it's a reasonable fight then. Absolutely. I don't think it would be an easy one. My military advisors assess that it would be in some ways a difficult battle, but we are confident in our both military and spiritual advantage over the French, to be sure.
We'd like to raise something in regards to this. The Austrian Empire or Austro-Hungarian Empire has been courting lots of people currently. Lots of diplomats have come through our doors requesting aid, financial or militarily, and we've made a lot of promises. Not big promises, just shows of diplomatic support within these regions. Russia is one that has courted with us, and I was able to effectively court over to our side in regards to the Council of Europe, especially with Austrian Hungarian occupation of Japan. Now, they do have a rivalry with the Ottoman Empire, and our relations have also been tenuous at best. But they could be another ally to shore up our eastern front should a war with France occur. And
we would support an action into the Ottoman Empire at this point, given the hostility and the frankly dangerous amount of support they were showing France during the Congress. We'd even be interested in involving ourselves in the war, but given we can't be expected to fight for nothing, and given that I have the king breathing down my neck and my situation as Bundeskanzler in question, perhaps you could do a favor for me personally, as again, I am sure you value our working relationship. I need to acquire a colony. To put it frankly, the king, like his mother, is a firm believer in colonialism, as you yourself are, and I agree it has merit, but it is always secondary to the goals of the Germanic people. Now, I do need something to show the king that I am representing his interests. We obviously control the region of Ethiopia and the Somali coast already, but perhaps if I can't see the map and I haven't been able to see it for a while, but if you would support Germanic and Prussian influence in Arabia, primarily in the tip, the Yemen region, would this be something you could support?
Absolutely. We even believe we could convince Russia to simply hand over the territories in the event of their coming aggression towards the Ottoman Empire. So this feels easy for us, and also sways them to our side in terms of any aggression from France. And I think
I agree.
European hegemony between us and Russia would be extremely strong in deciding the fate of the world.
I am entirely on your side. I will always have a distrust towards Russians, but that's the Prussian within me, of course. But if you think it's best, and obviously given the situation with France, we can't have them going in that direction, we fully back this.
Of course, that is excellent news. Russia would be most happy to hear this, and gaining their support would be very good.
Perfect. We are fully in agreement then. Do you want us to directly involve ourselves in the war, or would you prefer for us to stay out and simply have it transferred later?
I can speak with Russia on how they feel. That's a good question. I'm concerned that with their with the relationship between the Ottomans and the French, there's a good chance that France will potentially back them in a war, and then we'd be fighting on two fronts. But we feel that together, me and Russia should
In
be
that case,
capable
that
of-
might be an opportune setting to get France into a war where perhaps a power like Britain wouldn't be involved.
That is true, indeed, yeah.
I also will say I'm about to put out a public statement as soon as I arrive home in Berlin, supporting the uprisings, the people, and the rallies across Germany, and will be taking action. I also think there's a good chance that could cause a French response, which would also likewise be a good opportunity to put them in their place, so to speak. I think that they still have delusions that they are still underneath the great monster of Corsica, which is long past. And I think a good blow to the silly French pride that they feel would be a good way, regardless of how that comes.
Sorry for interrupting, but do I only need the Babylon mod or all of the mods?
You need just the Babylon beta, the Babylon roleplay beta mod. It's linked in announcements.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
The Dutch delegates, very sorry to interrupt this this important meeting once again, but we have gone to discuss the matter of Papau with Britain, and they are under the impression of they have a rightful claim to the island themselves due to agreements with you. With the Prussian
We told them
delegation.
as part of a cooperative deal we made with them that we would be pulling out and giving our territories in Papua New Guinea to them and would support them in it. Beyond that, we have no interest involving ourselves and will not advocate for either side. So it is a deal for you to make with the British. I never said, we never said that we would not push out the Dutch in that region. The deal that was made in regards to the Qing situation was a different situation. So I will say that Prussia is going to be transferring its current colonies in Papua New Guinea to the British, but after that, as far as we see it, it's no longer a concern.
Well, we're very glad for this. The word has left my head. Enhancing of your position. We're glad we can understand it a lot better. We'll go and discuss this deal with Britain.
Very well.
Thank you for your clarification, and we wish to see you soon.
Very well.
I need some help. It said that I have a different check. So,
Yeah, you're going to need
what
to speak to Hastings. He's currently the GC, so he's the guy to speak to. He's running it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's up there in 114. Just go have a chat with him.
The channel is full, so.
All right, I could put you up there for sure. I could do that.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'll say what I'm reading out loud also as well. Bismarck declares intent to support German nationalists. Across the Germanic states, the cry of German identity is heard day after day. Tyrannical states such as Bavaria have taken extreme action, going so far as to fire upon and stop the cries of people without a country. Prussia has grown increasingly shocked and angered by the situation as the corruption of one-sided power has stopped many Germanic states from joining their brothers and sisters in the Bundestag and Germanic nation state. One
Austria,
without
my friend.
borders.
Hello.
How can I help you today?
You mind hopping in over VC, guys? Appreciate it.
Yes, of course.
Oh, yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Open borders. As such, in a meeting behind closed doors in Berlin, leaders of the Germanic movements met with the king. So are we in yet? We are. Beautiful. Hopefully I don't fucking crash this time. Swear to God, that was fucking annoying. I really would like to know what happened. I've never crashed before. Thankfully, the game does give you a crash log. Okay. Met with the king. And Bismarck where direct support was agreed upon. As such, the Prussian General Staff and military are preparing to call the troops and intervene directly in Germanic states which do not support the rallies for German solidarity. Enemies of Germany are enemies of all Germanic states. What can I do for you?
I am just going to here to give you a warning. There is a man loose in Stockholm. We call him the Ripper. He has been murdering many of the sex workers around that areas, and we are just going to give a warning to the our fellow European nations about this man. He is a fucking tyrant. He will murder any woman on the street. We just want to give a warning to our European brethren about this man. He is highly dangerous. And we fear that he may try and leave Stockholm and go to any other nation to kill more women.
That is very worrying to hear. We obviously have a very capable police department, which I'm sure will be able to handle him if he steps foot in Prussia. But we do appreciate you letting us know.
Yes, we are the Stockholm's police division is still working on finding this man, but we have leads who this man can maybe. But we just warn you that he may come over to Germany.
Of course, I do appreciate it once more.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there actually still a fucking Bavarian player? It's not supposed to be. There is. I'm gonna ask. You see again? I mean, that's fine. Like, if he wants to sit on there, but we are going to annex him. So, and I have permission from the GC. You're not supposed to play Bavarian the rule set if there's a Germany player either. Okay. We're just waiting for the game to continue at this point. All right, so let me overview the RP. This has been a little bit hectic and shitty. It really sucks. God, I have no idea how I'm going to fucking edit this into a video. Probably have to just cut off half of it, which is fine. Generally speaking, what is happening right now is obviously Bismarck has come to power. Bismarck only retains power, much like in real life and in real history, because he was a very good wheeler and dealer, and he had the support of the monarchy. Same thing here. The king is an ardent supporter of colonialism. Never mind, the king fucking died. How the fuck did the king die? All right. The king is dead, so there is now Oscar von Hohenzollern in power, who is nothing but really a boy. He's only 18 years old. And Bismarck would have huge sway over him, which he already does. What can I do for you?
Greetings, good Chancellor, I believe, of Prussia.
Yeah, Bundeskanzler von Bismarck. What can I do for you, Ambassador?
Bundeskanzler, I see. We simply wanted to know what's the current status of the dual alliance that you maintain has in regards to neighboring nations and how we may maintain the peace between our two nations in turn.
We have full support for our Germanic brothers in Austria, whatever it may be, as the ties of our shared history comes before all things. What does this regard specifically?
Well, we are aware that the Austrians and I are attempting to de-escalate matters within our two nations. We are also aware that, of course, the Russians seek to acquire more land and power across the various regions of the world. And we have concerns for both of those things. As we would like the Austrians to continue to de-escalate the situation, though they have made demands of us in return that we feel are infringing upon our current peace. But are still interested in maintaining a peace.
We would also prefer a peace, but I will be quite frank with you. The Austrians feel very strongly about the situation in the Ottoman Empire. In the past, we had been interested in cooperation with the Ottomans, but after the cooperation we've seen with France, as well as just the general, I suppose, going on very different diplomatic paths in Prussia, I frankly think there is very little for us to talk about here, as the French are becoming more and more hostile to the Germanic people, and a friend of enemy is certainly not someone we have much interest in dealing with.
Well, if there are proper incentives to us, then we would be willing to reconsider that situation, but that would be dependent upon the two of you to decide.
I would think the issue here at this point is the expansion of the Ottoman Empire is extreme, and many in Europe still remember the days when the Ottomans were a danger for all of Europe.
Well, seeing as we have stated multiple times to every delegation and our own that we have no intent of pushing towards Vienna or towards Austria again, we feel that these fears are slightly unwarranted. We know that the history has been so, but we have made every effort to make clear our intentions across the world.
That is true, but intentions and perception are two different things. As I said before, we have some sympathy for your plight, but given that circumstance as well as your cooperation with France, I think unfortunately in this situation, Prussia can't do much to help.
Understood. Well, in that case, I wish you a good day.
And you.
Valaki would like to. Oh, he left. Okay.
Just a question. Yeah, Bavaria left, I think.
I did. Okay, cool. Gotcha.
He didn't join us a different nation. He's left.
Sounds good.
Yeah. See you when you need me, I guess.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
All right, I did a post. We are going to start intervening in Germanic states at this point. Jack the Ripper's Swedish. Yeah, for real though. And he did leave. Yeah, RP-wise, what we're doing is RP, there's basically a call for like a German government. I did an RP situation where basically there's now a government for all Germanic states, including Austria. And RP-wise, many states, including Bavaria, refused to let delegates be sent from local areas, which to us would see as stifling joint German cooperation. Obviously, Bismarck's using this as a play for German unification, but our justification is valid. Much like in the 1840s, I'm RPing that there's basically just a series of protests and widespread movements in Germanic countries to basically support a German nation, which was that happened historically. So we're using that as a justification to basically take these countries, is what is happening here. Bismarck's one main goal was a German country. However, that needed to be done, essentially. Okay. Given the low wages of the workers in Prussian Sunda Islands are receiving, more and more parents are pushing to send their children to work in the families. I'm going to stop that. We are trying to pass compulsory school education here. Alright, we are hemorrhaging money, that's fine. I'm trying to figure out what Hastings did and didn't do here. I think he did a good job. For the most part, it looks like we're completely fine. I'm also worried about the AI deleted stuff. Why are we not on automated irrigation? There we go. Okay. Everything else looks fine for the most part. And then what's our queue look like? Coal mines, government administration, glassworks, motor industry, good. And then from there, what's fucking hell? I really do want to work on clothing, so we need another 3.6 thousand of that. That will be around 50. We'll do 4. Do we close borders? The real question is our population going up or down? It's maintaining its current status, which means we are probably having migration outside of Germany. Yeah, we have no migration controls. That's an issue. We're either going to want to pass closed borders, or we'll need to figure out how to deal with that, because players will build super... Yeah, Britain's just stealing everyone's pops right now, I bet is what this is. Let's look. No, Berlin's... Let's see, where are people going? Pomerania, Brandenburg, Mecklenburg, Quanzhou, and Hong Kong. They are going to our Chinese areas. I just want to make sure no one's leaving explicitly to get outside of... to, like, other countries in Europe. A lot of them are going to China. Like, a lot. Oh, we're good. They're not leaving our country for any of the European powers, which is what I was worried about, so we're fine. Okay, declared interests. We will add... We've gotten most things at this point. Central America, I guess. We are going to start to look towards the Americas pretty soon. Turn up the music. Let's make sure we have the commanders we need. I'll just upgrade one or two, unless they're in a different area. Poland. We just need to upgrade him. Cool. And then we'll upgrade some of our battalions. Who's our really good general? Expert offensive planner, really good.
Hello, my friend.
Hello there. What can I do for you?
I brought the Russian delegate with me because they are wholeheartedly in agreement with supporting us and supporting you, in as well as us supporting him in regards to Ottoman aggression.
Wonderful. That is good to hear. I will reiterate that I do find it disappointing, as I do feel the Ottomans moving towards the French sphere is a little bit dangerous, but if this is the route that we must take, we will certainly go for it.
Yes, I believe it's going to be more beneficial for the Austrian Empire and for the Prussian Empire, because as the Ottomans might be moving into the French sphere, but Russia will see you both as a friend, would work together with both of you. As the Austrian delegate was explaining to me, what you're asking is basically for Russia to remain neutral or to support you in case of French aggression, in exchange for helping against the Ottoman menace, against the Turks.
I would like to add, I did forget one thing that's just crossed my mind, and I do apologise for this slight. The Prussian delegates would also like to potentially expand into the regions of the Yemen and Oman, the kind of southern tip of the Arabian states, and take them from the Ottomans. I'm assuming that won't be a problem if we're going to war with them anyway.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
I am correct in saying that.
Absolutely. As I said before, the king does wish for colonial possessions. I've given up many, and I will be without a job very quickly here if I cannot remedy that situation. So this provides an opportunity for this.
That is perfect. Just to be transparent, the only thing Russia would like is for the two states. Well, we have long-term interest. I think we support any lands that the Prussians or the Austrians would like to take from the Ottomans. We believe what is more important is for the Ottomans' power to be reduced, as they have expanded very heavily. I think a long-term play could be also to liberate Iran, but we would be happy for the Prussians to take lands, Oman and Yemen. For the Austrians, if they wish to take any lands, the Balkans, we would be happy for them to do so. We will only wish to acquire the lands in Central Asia that are currently occupied by the Ottoman, and potentially reform the province of Caucasia, which we haven't been able to do due to the Ottoman presence there. But
what territories does the Ottomans have in Asia? I apologize.
The state of Khiva and Turkmenia.
Oh, you mean in Central Asia, of course.
Yeah. But again, what we wish for the most is for the Ottoman power to be reduced, as they have grown too powerful, and they have very big borders with both the Austrian Empire and the Russian Empire, and they have become a power to be wary of the Middle East.
Of course.
Of course.
So I think we are all in agreement in regards to that then. The main question is whether Prussia offers full military support or whether just a formality of approval as well as declaring neutral in the engagement. I would suggest that Russia, if you're ready, we can, if we want, we can try and basically bait the French Empire into the war. If they currently have friendly relations with the Ottomans, if we bait them into the war, we can effectively squash them, drop them down to size by our show of our great military. And this will also leave me with a truce so that I can effectively occupy and puppet the nation of Japan with little to no resistance from the French Empire. Now, how do we all feel about this? Is this something we're ready for now? Prussia, do you need more time in order to...
We would like to finish the process, obviously, of dealing with these dangerous governments which have been squashing the pro-Germanic movements in many of these countries. And at least form the German Confederation properly, to formalize the Bundestag as the proper Germanic government. We would need a little bit more time to conclude that, but it would not be long. Say maybe 2 years or something.
Russia, does that sound okay?
So just to be super clear, Russia would like to annex the rebels, or finish the putting down rebels in Germany.
They're not rebels. They're governments that have been stopping the pro-Germanic movements all across German states from integrating into the Bundestag government.
Yeah. So sorry for my manner of speaking. You know, we in Russia we have decided to treat those type of governments as rebels, but we understand there's cultural differences here.
Of course.
And then in around 2 years, potentially we can start an incursion, or rather, sorry, aid the French into a war with the war. So then they will have a truce when we decide to attack the Ottomans. Is that correct?
That sounds right to me.
Sounds correct to us.
Perfect. The Russians, we will start building our armies in the Caucasus and Central Asia. We have full regiments in Moscow and in Kiev. So we potentially believe we will have around 400,000 troops ready for the Ottoman battle, and also ready in case the French decide to attack Prussia or Austria.
Excellent. I think we would be more than ready to deal with their nation.
Perfect. So then that's an agreement, gentlemen.
I think we have terms.
Thank you for your time.
Then I'll go back to inform the Tsar of the situation. People, please let me keep me in the loop in case anything else happens.
Of course, and the same for us as well.
Also,
out of RP, it may take a minute, by the way. I fucked myself by expelling diplomats. I forgot that gives infamy, so I got fucked. So my infamy is high, so it'll be a little bit longer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yikes. Okay.
Yeah. That's 10 each. Fucking hell, I forgot about that shit because I just never do it.
That's gonna be a nightmare.
I'm up to 30, yeah.
If I puppet the Japan, I get 108 infamy.
Okay, so just a reminder that that will absolutely fuck your country because of the events and the situation with that.
Okay,
you could talk to the GC about getting an edit on the infamy reduction a little bit, but like that high of an infamy, you'll get a huge negative on your bureaucracy and influence, like massive, and you will also get events where countries around you will start getting events to basically take you down, and if they don't, they lose things.
Right, okay.
Yep.
Okay, maybe I don't want to do that.
My suggestion would be that you just try and pressure the government/player into getting into a customs union or something. I don't know.
Well, that's what I tried to do, but he crashed. So
fair.
just one question: how would we make is that the correct diplomatic war? France into a war?
So the idea is you declare on the Ottomans for whatever you wish, including the regions that Prussia wants.
All right.
We will back you and join that war. And should France join, then Prussia will join on our side. Essentially, is what I suspect will happen. If not, I think if Prussia joins the war anyway, France may join on the Ottoman side in order to even the odds.
Yeah, the France will join because they have a defense pact.
They have a in that case, yeah. Then if they have a defensive pact,
yeah,
then yeah. If Prussia you join, we can effectively knock out France in that regard.
Correct.
Good day. I am looking for a man made of iron limbs. Otto von Bismarck. Is he here?
Hello there. Yes, just one moment. I'm finishing up a conversation with the Russians and the Austrians. You're welcome to be here if you like, but just one moment.
Yes. I heard it was pertaining to the French. Correct?
It does relate to them, yes.
Yes. See, I am a diplomat from the great King of Siam. By the way, I wish to convey our sorrows for the dying of your queen. Our king also recently died and his son is now in his place. But we were looking at certain promises your queen had made at expanding Siamese control of the peninsula.
Of course.
You still be willing to support our expansion in this area?
We do, but given the situation is about to happen with France, it is very complicated. This will hopefully put them down a peg, and at that point it would be much easier to push for concessions there. I represent foremost the Germanic people, and if an event happens where a war with France is necessary, we must look, of course, first to the Germans under occupation by French rule. But certainly, we will always uphold our promises, such as that to Siam, in order to ensure that you are able to expand in the region.
Very well. I shall leave you to your business then, and I shall look forward to knowing when we will take the following steps.
Thank you. We will send an ambassador shortly.
Perfect. So yeah, just on so where were we? Yeah, just checking. Sorry, forgot. All right. So when the time comes, I'll ask that your governments have diplomatic interest in the area. We just have to decide if which territory should be a primary goal, and then all of you guys add a diplomatic interest there.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good. All right. I just wanted to say one last thing. The governments of Austria and the governments of Prussia would they be interested in a trade agreement with Russia?
We would be open to it.
Yeah, we will. Your support with us in regards to the Japanese region should give you access, should allow you free access to the goods produced from them. So we will preemptively send a trade agreement.
Perfect. Just as a way to increase or integrate our countries more. Hopefully have a long-lasting alliance.
Of course.
That's all. I'll go back to Russia. Thank you, gentlemen.
Farewell.
Speak to you soon.
Of course.
Oh, give me a second. This is rough. I've been playing damage control in my country. Okay. German, Peru? Not that I'm aware of, no. Unless you're suggesting it, Patrick. Out of RP, the big issue right now is they fucked us because I did the fucking expelled diplomats. I forgot it does the fucking infamy bullshit. And we've added to this mod severe impacts to infamy. It affects you dramatically in the game now. To get to get North German Confederation, we need to get 2 more states. Both of those will be 10 infamy, so we have to wait for 20 infamy to go away at a loss of 5 per year. That's 4 years until we can do it, which fucking sucks. So that was on me. It's kind of in the ass. And Nothing else we can do directly. Bavaria would be 30 fucking infamy too. Jesus Christ. Isn't there a play to unite Germany though? I thought there fucking was.
There is. If you, we might have to break our alliance to do it. You go to cultures and then nation formation, then click on Germany.
Oh.
And then from there, you can launch unification play. Or I believe you have to launch...
Must be the only unification
play.
candidate. Launch leadership play is what I'd have to do. We can't do it with an alliance.
We have to hate each other. Yeah.
That's
so
a pain in the
it
ass.
might be worth asking for a potential save edit.
I think that's what I'll go for here. That's the only path where it's not just going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, because we'd have to break down our...
Okay. I would like to form German Confederation though, so I'll go for that today. Fuck. We have a quality of life problem because the Spanish are buying all our fucking clothing. Free trade. We'll build cheap textile workshops in Ethiopia. We can also build a bunch of coffee there. That's what we really need to do. And dyes. Actually, I should cancel textiles in Aromia. It's way more useful to build coffee and dyes there. Because we can build textiles anywhere. We can't build coffee plantations and other stuff there. We'll go for more cheap dyes in Aromia. And then we should get the railways. Yeah, okay, cool. They'll be done in a minute. Who is the strongest? In what capacity? Generally speaking, economically, it's the British. They're at almost 400. We are right behind France. We were. Something happened with our economy. Prestige-wise, we are right behind Austria. We're 4th. Quality of life-wise, we are 6th. The Belgians have us beat, but they're the only major power that do, besides the Bony. Britain's right behind us, though. Okay, trying to go on our priorities right now. We passed universal education, which I had said at the start of the game we're going to do. Let's look at him. All right, so our Kaiser is Oscar von Hohenzollern, and he has expensive taste, and he's persistent. He won't be pushing a colonial policy anymore, though, like his father did. So qualities for us will become a little bit less important. Are you going to talk with America? Yes, we do need to do that. I've been putting that off. We don't have a trade agreement with them, do we? They have a defensive pact with the French. That needs a conversation, for sure. Alright, let's head to the US. President Fremont. I'm an ambassador from the Deutsche Fatherland in Prussia. Hello there.
Yes, welcome to DC. I hope you enjoyed taking the steam train, the steamboat over to here. How can the US people help you?
It's a long trip for sure. We wish to have a talk with the United States about primarily economic matters. I'm here on behalf of Otto von Bismarck, our Bundeskanzler, who wishes to approach the United States about some economic cooperation. Up until now, Prussia has been primarily interested in economic matters in Europe and Asia, but we can see that the quickly growing economy of America is one ripe for cooperation, and we wish to have a very frank talk with the President of the United States about the possibility of that.
Yes, the US people are always open to doing business deals with the Europeans, as we have done deals with many of the European powers. What is I am guessing you are interested in a trade deal, if you will.
Primarily, yes. Currently, the tariffs that you put upon goods, both importing and exporting, is quite obscene. And as such, we would need... Did I fucking crash? Or did someone desync?
No, it was
Sam
UK.
desynced. We are at the point that we would need certainly an economic deal in order to do this, yes.
Yeah, so we can definitely I mean, yes, well, it was the Congress that put the tariffs, but yes, we can definitely agree with offering a trade agreement to the Germans.
Wonderful.
I am guessing you are also probably wishing to question why we have a defensive pact.
I know the history well of the United States. I was assigned as ambassador to the United States as I did study it in the Berlin Institute. I know well your history, and I know why I think you would have the defensive pact for many historical reasons.
It is morely the fact that we know the United States knows that France is the king once he passes away. We've been told that they plan to reform it into a republic.
Kings have habits of making many promises.
Yes, of course. Like we said, if it is shown that the king will not step down, then I've said to him we will end the defensive pact. He's under the fear that once he becomes a republic, he feels that everyone is going to treat him as if he's becoming a Napoleon again.
Well, if he plans to continue to act how he has internationally, I'm sure that we'll continue. Your ally is not very popular in Europe, with at least those we call friends. I can tell you that.
Yes, like I said, the US does not. US is only supporting him if he's becoming a republic. If he has lied to the US will nullify the defensive pact with France if he turns out he is lying.
That's completely understandable. The main thing, though, I did wish to speak to you about economically was more questioning where you're currently importing from and asking you a very simple question. Why you would not perhaps consider German markets, as we are one of the few nations, I believe, in Europe that does currently function under a free trade system.
We haven't really looked at the German markets. I mean, I think we haven't really studied the German market and seeing what you.
Well, perhaps I can inform you very simply. We produce all manner of things to an extreme quantity. We prioritize exports over anything else, and there are not a single import or export tariff upon any trading with the Prussian state. That means that any goods you might levy from Prussian markets will come tax-free. I know that you already have extensive trade ties with the British and the French, among others, and I would remind you that they do come with at least a 10 to 20% import tariff, or sorry, export tariff on anything. So I'd like to also make the case for considering potentially German goods, or Germanic goods, Prussian goods.
What we'll do is, if it's allowed, we will import. We've been looking for someone to import ironclad. The US needs more ironclads. Our dockyards are having issues keeping up with the demands of the US growing navy.
And that's a hole that Prussia would be happy to fill. We already have a small surplus, but I'm sure that a great, powerful country like the United States would need many. Is there a frame on how many you currently need or would need, as we can meet any demand that you might have?
We would need at least, to cover what we expect the growth of the US Navy to be, we need at least 20 shipments of.
We could handle that easily right now. I mean, at this very moment, if you would like, we could sign the paperwork. Do you have any plans to expand the American Navy?
Yes, we with the rise of European
with the rise of Europeans potentially clashing with us, and we have noticed that, of course, Germany is we have seen them as a sort of rival to Britain. I'm guessing the Germans are planning to navally as well as probably prestige-wise rival the British. I do, and I support what would be called a friendly rivalry that you both may have. It may not be friendly, but I do see the German people and the German people themselves, some of which have migrated over to here, are
We know well. Many of our brothers live there under good circumstances.
a strong contender to, and of course we hope that you, like America, we hope that you will unify the people. Maybe under
you apparently do not know much of Prussian news. You do know that process has already begun within the Germanic states, do you not?
Oh yes, we do know. That's why we of course support it.
The Bundestag is a new governmental organ which has replaced the Staatsministerium, which was simply advisory council with some power and elected basis for our nobility to support the king. We currently have a system in place which does give universal census suffrage. So all of course, men of good standing are capable of voting in Prussia, in the Bundestag, both in Prussia and in other Germanic states. Even the Austrians, the Germanic Austrian councils do send members across national lines. We are perhaps not the form of a democracy the United States is, but we are certainly closer to it than anyone else in Europe, including the French, for all of their words of creating such a government.
Yes, we understand that, and we can also, I guess we can also, if you wish, maybe the Americans might be after Prussian ammunition if you have the excess for it.
We're hurting there a little bit ourselves, but we are trying to remedy that situation. We could certainly expand our production of ammunition to meet any quantities you might seek.
We may also want to seek your coal. We know that the Germans.
Everyone seeks our coal, my friend. I'm afraid. But you are welcome to buy it. Still at a very competitive price, I would say, given the lack of tariffs.
Yes. And of course we agree to the free trade agreement that you wish to offer, or I think we've already have one. I'm not 100% sure if we do have one.
I don't believe we do, unless I'm mistaken. No, we do not. You'd have to offer it, as I have no influence due to my fucking up of expelling diplomats and my infamy.
Need to make an interest in Germany to do that. Let me just do that. There you go. I will offer it as soon as I become availability to offer it to you. But yes, the people of America will happily agree to these agreements.
Very well.
We ask if the we will ask if the people of Germany have anything. Well, sorry, people of Prussia. You're not Germany yet.
We just remind you very simply two things. One, always consider German trade before anyone else once we get that free trade agreement, as I think you will even find many of your current imports would be better served importing German goods, as your industry would prosper much better, and we like to see our German kinsmen in the Americas do well. Second off, we would give you a simple caution. This is no threat or anything, but the tides against France are going to be quickly turning. I will go into no detail on it, but we wish to make that clear to you. Do with that information what you will, but keep it in mind.
Yes, of course we will. And we thank you for the word.
Very well. President Fremont, it's been a pleasure, and we look forward to Germanic cousins cooperating in the future.
Yes.
Thank you. Alright, cool. Yeah, we have no influence because of fucking infamy. Like, goddamn. It really does make, I do need to put something about that. I think maybe getting rid of the infamy for expelling diplomats. I mean, that was on me for fucking it up, but it doesn't make a lot of sense in many ways. Is what it is. What's up, Don Suzmulebi? Doabi? The Kaiser's a reformist, is he? He is a reformer, that's true. Endorse multiculturalism. Oh no, cultural exclusion is what he would wish for. And propertied women. Wow. Yeah, he is a reformer. Bismarck was conservative in many ways, but he was a real politician. He'd just do anything needed to keep himself in power and push for what he really wanted, which was a powerful Germanic state. So that's going to be really interesting. He's a militarist too. They go to follow Iskand 17 and Sirama 54. Appreciate that. Yeah, we have to get down our fucking infamy. Because what, like, the influence of bureaucracy stuff sucks, but what really sucks is our loss of trade competitiveness. Trade competitiveness is a stat in Wiki 3 that means every nation has an innate competitive stat for trading. So let's say Britain has a trade deal to import coal from us and Prussia and the French. Prices are a huge factor, but the other factor that goes into the fucking code when the AI and really the game makes the decision of who to prioritize bringing that coal in from, it'll be based on both the prices but also the trade competitiveness. So not having a lot of that is really bad, which is why infamy really matters in this mod now that we made, because if you get a lot of infamy, its effects are pretty dramatic. Like, you're gonna be a little fucked. And it's done in like levels too. So once we get it below 25, as you can see, all that stuff went away, which is why we have a surplus of all this stuff now, which is cool. So just a note on that. Big post is done. Hell yeah. We're going to go all the way to universal education. We are going to... we probably want to up our law enforcement at this point as well. Our laws are more or less what we want. We will go for cultural exclusion, but there needs to be more RP for that. We have the two levels, bridging multiculturalism and true multiculturalism. But we're not ready for that. What would make sense for us to potentially do at this point is poor laws in the future, because that was something Bismarck did push through in real life.
Good morning. Is this the embassy for Prussia?
Hello there. I am the Bundeskanzler of the Prussian state. Is it possible to turn up your mic at all?
Yes. One moment. Is that better?
Minusculely. It is a little hard to hear.
Alright, let's see if I can. Voice video. How about that? Is that better?
Yes, it is. Greetings, Ambassador. What can I do for you?
Yes, I'm hoping to discuss with you a trade issue I have come across.
Of course.
I've noticed that as I produce tools, I notice plenty of it is going out towards European nations. You are currently exporting the most at the moment. I wanted to discuss with you a way if we could stop or at least halt that trade, so I could at least stabilize it and start producing much more tools, or some other alternative can be made. But I essentially just wish to stop
Hello,
trade
Prussia.
tools between us and you.
Just one moment. I'm speaking with the Colombian investor. So you're saying you want to import our tools, or you want us to stop importing so many tools? Also, I see a play happening. What's going on? Oh my God! You have a civil war. We'll go ahead and mobilize our troops. I apologize.
No worries. Thank you for your support.
Are they radicals? I assume.
Yeah, industrialists who aren't happy with the speed of the progress think they can force our hands into making radical change.
Well, we'll put a stop to that very quickly.
Thank you. We appreciate your support.
Of course. I apologize for that, Master. New crisis is in Europe, a common affair these days. So, one more time, you are looking for our tools, or for us to stop exporting tools? Which one was it?
I wish to cease Prussian imports of Colombian tools.
You wish us for us to stop it from you?
Yes, stuff in
Okay.
front of my tools.
Let me
in
take a
most
look.
blatant terms.
Yes, we can go ahead and cancel that right now for you, as it is a small portion of our tool imports, so that is no issue at all.
Very much. Thank you.
While I do have you here, though, currently Prussia and the Germanic peoples are looking for cooperation in new markets. We, of course, have one of the world's only free market systems, and as such, we are happy to, of course, say that there are no tariffs or there are no taxation on any imports or exports from Prussian goods or to our market. We'd like to bring up that topic in relation to Colombia, as we know that you, much like many of the American economies, are quickly developing, and wish to see if perhaps we could work out some sort of a deal.
You wish to make a trade agreement.
Most certainly that could be on the table, as we are struggling a bit with influence at the moment, but certainly in the very near future. The main thing we were wishing to see is if we could do that, if perhaps Colombia might be able to solve a few of our issues when it comes to goods, which we are really starting to struggle with, such as meat, fish, coffee, silk, and cotton, and things like that, which you do know your market is capable of producing, and see if perhaps you would be able to assist us a little bit in that. As again, there are no taxation on that, so your traders would have very healthy profit margins, I can assure you.
I could definitely work with the meat. Again, that requires decreasing the price of tools. There, I can decrease my price of and increase my surplus of meat if that is what you really need. Given enough time, I may be able to develop my coffee plantations. Currently, right now, I am not in the state where I can expand those in the moment.
I understand.
But yeah.
Well, perhaps in the near future. We are seeking to remedy our current situation with tools, as we do have a quite a large deficit of them due to the many nations that choose to prioritize our cheap tools. But we will be seeking to expand that in the near future. And once we do so, perhaps we could help you with that as well.
Very well. I look forward to it.
Very well. Thank you.
My pleasure.
The French are buying so many of them. We really gotta cut off relations with the French economically. We need to find a way to do that. I mean, I want to try and exacerbate things with France because we really want to outmaneuver them. They're actually hurting our economy because they're taking advantage of our free trade system, which normally is not an issue, but they're our rival, and we don't want that to be continuing. I think it's time for the Alsace-Lorraine post. Let's kick it off though. We can't just declare anything, so let's start this in a little bit of a different way. Now we gotta get the Germanic states first. Then again, we're trying to piss them off. It's worthwhile. All right, where's Sayer? Oh, he's not in any of the VCs. No, there he is.
Alright. Well, just let me know, alright?
Alright, sounds good. I'll talk to you later.
Yes.
Greetings, Prussia. How you doing?
Hello there. I am Bundeskanzler von Bismarck. I am here to speak about an issue that is growing more and more concerning amongst the German Bundestag.
Yes, how can I help you?
Currently, there is a region of territory currently under the control of France, which has a large population of Germanic people. We, in the Bundestag and within Prussia and the many Germanic states, feel as though Germans are to be ruled by Germans, and we are becoming more and more concerned with that situation, especially given your hostilities towards Prussia in the recent times. And we begin to worry about how those people may be treated going forward if things continue to grow more tense between us.
Well, I don't know what you speak about as far as tense relationships go. It was mostly an issue between your proxy state of the Dutch and
the Dutch are a sovereign nation, able to exert anything that they would like, but yes.
We've come to agreeable terms with the Dutch, and that's been hold on. Sorry, I gotta hold on. Sorry, I'm dealing with revolution stuff with that.
No worries. We are currently also have our divisions dealing with some upstart industrialists in Austria.
Well, I don't know if you saw my IP because flying a major is toxic, but I have Republican forces. Basically, I have to choose Republic now.
I know, which is gonna set some things off, and
yeah, I know.
We're actually technically not against that, like out of RP, because we're semi-democratic right now. Actually, it's complicated politically, but we're more democratic than many European countries. But
this is
are you?
Close.
All right, what are you going to?
So right now, I'm at Presidential Republic's at 25%, and my revolution is just sitting. Oh man, I got a landowner revolution that might pop.
That is pretty fucking rough.
I might have to cancel this. I might have to cancel this. Yeah, I have to cancel this. I have to cancel. Okay, so that was too early, I guess.
It's a complicated
It
thing
sucks
to
'cause, well-
thread the needle of many interest groups in your countries.
Well, it sucks. I mean, it sucks that they were all the royal folk had a guy that I had an event that gave them a Republican or whatever,
Hmm.
and it put him on, and then he's a Republican, and then he immediately died, and somebody else went there. Now they're not a Republican, and when I started it, they were. Well, I had to cancel that. Okay, anyway, as far as the lands of Alsace-Lorraine go, that is unequivocally French territory, and we give free access to the Germans in Strasbourg to cross the border freely into Germany and Switzerland, just like we do all of our borderlands. But under no circumstances would we see the relinquishment of that territory as something that we can abide by.
That does create a bit of a problem here, as again, my first interest as Bundeskanzler is to look for the interests of all Germans, of which there are many in that region. I mean, close to 1 million, I believe.
I understand, but that is unequivocally French territory, as I see it.
That is more complicated than that. In a modern context, there certainly was, but in the past, the Holy Roman Empire had dominion there, and that is why there is now such a large German population still in that region.
You are claiming to now be the successor state of the Holy Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire was dismantled, and
the Holy Roman Empire was an institution and a nation collective built around Germanic peoples. We are not the successor of the HRE by any means, clearly, if you don't mind. But we do protect them, like the HRE did once, and that is why this is growing very concerning for us. I mean, obviously, when France was in a place to dictate European policy, you, of course, did take that region. If it was now a case that all the Germans there had moved to many of the German states elsewhere, this would not be an issue. But the fact of the matter is, again, there are close to 1 million Germans in Alsace-Lorraine, and this is now a contention, an issue for us.
Well, I understand, but this is sovereign French territory. We don't recognize it as German or as Prussian. You're not the successor state to the HRE. You do not have any rightful claims to those. You can't. You say that you're the leader of all Germans, yet there is clearly Bavaria.
Did I ever say I was the leaders of all Germans?
Well, you're claiming you're the protector of the Germans, and I don't see that as a legitimate cause. And you may say that you think that is your land, or
so you do not accept that Prussia has the right to protect Germanic peoples.
You do not have the right to annex territory from another country just because it has Germanic peoples in it. Just like just like I would not accept you annexing Bavaria, just like I would not accept you annexing Austria. These are other places with Germanic people, and I would.
We have a letter.
Or the Sudetenland in Bohemia, or any other place where there's.
We have a letter signed by one of your predecessors that said explicitly France would stay out of Germanic affairs, and now you're claiming that you intend to fight us in Bavaria and regions like that. That is going explicitly against what your government has said.
That's not going against the thing. You just said that because I have Germanic people, that you have legitimacy to my land. You do not. That is not cause for legitimacy.
When did I walk in here and start claiming that I wanted your land? Did I ever do that?
I mean, yes. By bringing up the land in Alsace-Lorraine, yes, you're talking about taking my land, yes. Just because.
So by bringing up the fact that there is an issue regarding our contention and the Germanic peoples in Alsace-Lorraine is apparently us suggesting we're going to go to war with you.
No, I mean, yes. I mean, what do you mean? You literally came here and you asked me.
It's Great Britain. We make interrupt you.
I don't understand what's going on. What's going on here? I don't understand that.
We would be.
Great Britain wishes to ask the Prussians if they have any alliance with the Spanish.
We are generally on good terms with them. What does this regard?
Colonial war.
We haven't been asked to intervene. We don't have a defensive pact with them, so we would not be involved in it.
That's all.
I believe the Brits wish to make Cuba Dominion.
You're just trying. Hold on. You're trying to seize Cuba?
We have asked our question, and we have received our answer.
We were not aware of the context, and now you are seizing massive amounts of
colonial war.
We will have to speak with the Spanish government about this, but we are
What
finishing
were you
talks with the
aware-
French.
what
You
were
are currently
you thinking
interrupting a
at
meeting
Corona
with
War
the French government, though.
What?
I said we are currently conducting talks with the French government. We'd like to
Yes, and
continue
that's
this.
why I asked you a question. And you
But if
answered
you do
me
intervene to obviously take Cuba, we will have to consider our options.
Okay.
Regarding the situation in Alsace-Lorraine, what I was here to propose would be the creation of an independent Germanic state there, which would be obviously not controlled by the French or the Prussians.
Unequivocally, no. Absolutely not. There's no giving up of French territory. You say there's almost 1 million Germans there. There's 500,000 French there. It is not land that we are giving up under any circumstances to a neutral party or another German state.
So you reject the Germans to self-governance there?
The Germans have the ability to cross the border and to participate in the German legislative body and all other rights that they have, and they are not being discriminated against either. So no, I do not.
That is quite unfortunate to hear. I am sorry to hear that.
Your right to simply demand countries give up states with their own population in them because there's Germans in those lands. If I were to agree to that, then you would be able to rightfully, with the same logic, demand Bavaria, Hanover, and any other state with Germans in it, and I do not accept
The
that.
people there are already crying out for
allow
freedom,
you-
and I'm sure we'll soon be joining the Bundestag, but that of course will come at their own behest.
Okay. Well, you're threatening war with France, and I very clearly.
I
see
have never
that.
once threatened war with France. I came here to have a cordial conversation, and I've heard nothing but hostility.
I see this as you escalating, and I am. This is absolutely ridiculous that you even suggested that France give up land to some neutral territory so you can continuously swallow up more German states into your sphere of influence. It's absolutely ridiculous.
That is quite disappointing to hear. I came here to have a cordial conversation with you about the protection of the Germanic people
land
there.
from France, and under no circumstances will it ever happen. If you
Very
want to
well.
talk to France on an equal footing, then you do not start it by demanding us give up land.
You mistake me. We do not stand on an equal footing with you. We look down upon the French. Just to clarify. Thank you for your time, Ambassador.
I expel your diplomats and I'm embargoing you.
Thank you for your time. He did everything I wanted. I was gonna do. Okay. Beautiful. All right. So obviously we were trying to instigate him, and it went much better than I expected. It's hilarious. Goddamn. That is actually wild. We didn't even have to do the fucking... I was gonna wait to do it. He took the infamy hit, and he embargoed us. We got everything we wanted. Beautiful. All right, cool. That went well. We'll need to shore up our economy elsewhere, but overall, getting them out of access to our economy is better than the other way around. So that actually went really well. What are we missing? We'll start to replace some of the things we need here. We promised to do a trade deal with Russia. We'll go ahead and do that, and then we'll go ahead and do the trade deal with America. Wonderful. Johann von Clement wishes to challenge Karl von Hindenburg to a duel to the death. We're not going to allow that. Fuck, we need the military to like us, though. What's their current opinion of us? We'll let them fight. That's unfortunate. America has a trade deal with us. Did the Russians accept? They have not responded yet. Okay. Wood we're going to import from Russia as soon as we can. We can do it right now. Beautiful. Glass. We will start to get from... Declined. They proposed it to us. That's concerning. We'll deal with that in a minute. Trade routes. Okay. When Hanover War. We need to get our fucking infamy down. That's when. I want also to finish the war in Austria because France will probably intervene. So. We got to be ready for that. Good, we have poor laws now, which will give welfare benefits and social security. Funny story, this actually happened in real Germany under Bismarck. He instituted poor laws and subsidies as part of the liberal coalition he was currently utilizing in the government. Bismarck switched to who he worked with in the German government like repeatedly, just to stay in power essentially. He had very strong opinions on a few things, but for many, he really just switched around to whatever was needed to continue to maintain power and get what he wanted. He's like the definition of realpolitik. I mean, he set the standard for that. And we're gonna play him out basically the same way. The only things we really care about as Bismarck is obviously... So I need to send a message. So that's the situation. With Bismarck. So what we'll do is we'll kind of just maintain whatever we need to coalition in government to get what we want. We're currently with a really liberal coalition-ish. It's obviously...
up, Bismarck.
What? Oh fuck, that was the gunshot, right? Alright. RP-wise, Bismarck was just shot on the steps of the Bundestag while preparing to return to speak with the assembly regarding the possibility of what to do regarding the people in Alsace-Lorraine as well as other Germanic states in the chaos. An assassin of unknown origin has shot him twice. I need to roll to see if he survives. So pre-plan this 1 second. Dice roll. Bear with me. All right. He will survive, but he's no longer currently in government. He has been really fucked up and shot. So let me go ahead and write a post about this. So obviously, Bismarck was shot twice. The first one pierced his torso and the other one missed. As such, he lay upon the steps of the Bundestag in Berlin, preparing to speak with the assembly regarding the future of Germany itself. He is not dead, but was taken by ambulance, horse-drawn ambulance, to the nearest hospital where he was operated on and is currently stable, but in no fit condition. As such, the Prussian government is in complete chaos, and all current political plans are halted for now. I was more to defang German socialists, to be honest, but he failed to got more votes over time. Yeah, and he wanted to outmaneuver the Catholics, too, for complicated reasons. The French being obviously hostile towards the state of Prussia and even worse towards the German people, and they're growing prospect of war with France. Shouldn't we talk to the Siamese? We should, yes, at some point. We've got major stuff in our government right now. I'm gonna write a post about this. All right, Bismarck shot. After a trip to a middle ground between Germanic territory and Paris with a French ambassador, where the conversation resulted in hostile actions after the expression of a desire for more political representation by the Germanic people in Alsace-Lorraine. Bismarck returned home to Berlin, where, upon attempting to climb the stairs to the Bundestag building, was set upon by an assassin who fired 2 shots, one of which pierced his torso. Grasped in his hands and picked up by several representatives after were plans to call for the formation of a North German Confederation to help formally usher in Germanic rule for Germanic peoples. The Bundeskanzler was rushed to a nearby hospital, where an emergency operation saved his life for the moment, though his chance of survival is still up in the air. It is unknown who the man was who fired the shots. Germanic socialists, disenfranchised Catholics, supporters of the French dogs, nobody knows. But regardless, the Iron Chancellor lies on the brink of death with that. Prussia is in chaos, and the government is incapable of maintaining a definitive policy. Would a Kaiser at least be in charge of Bismarck? He would, but he's not political, and he does have a lot of power in the Constitution, so he couldn't do a ton, to be honest. For our session, yeah, we've got 50 minutes to go here.
Greetings.
Hello there. You've come to Berlin at a very unopportune time. I am an ambassador for the Prussian government, but I'll be frank with you. News has not perhaps reached Egypt, but the Bundeschancellor has been shot, and this government currently has very little cohesion.
Are they threatened by possible revolution, or it's not that bad?
No, it's not a revolution per se, at least in Prussia, but with the loss of the power vacuum that was Otto von Bismarck, and whether we don't know if he will survive or not, our government is incapable of, frankly, anything right now. I mean, I could speak with you, but I don't speak on behalf of any authority at the moment.
It's not urgent, and I will be back. My sister condolences.
Thank you very much. Cool, I need to find a picture. There we go. Build that skyscraper. Ah, yes. We will not cooperate with the trade unions at all. Do we have the thing for skyscraper now? Yes, we do. We'll build it in Brandenburg. Berlin will have, is it the world's first skyscraper? I don't think it is. I would imagine others have already made it. Perhaps not. Belgium, maybe? Did we get to it first? Fuck, we might have actually. Damn, that's wild. Alright, also, in terms of what we are building, we need a lot more glass and tools. Let's work on glass first off. And then we'll build more tools. Beautiful. UK tripping in the RP right now. What's he doing? Did I miss something? Oh fuck, that whole Cuba situation, right? Perhaps not. Colonial Empire in Africa is still in infancy. Oh, we have to incorporate states there. Did I never do that? No, I never did. Michel Leonhardt, leader of the trade unionists and a well-known opponent of global slave trade, argues that our colonial ambitions in Prussian Equatoria should be leveraged towards ending the practice on the continent. So give the trade unionist power, which we're not going to do. Practical diplomacy. We also got to take these regions. I never did that. That's just a colonial war. Do we get infamy for that? We got to watch our infamy. Probably a little, but the question is how much. 7.3 infamy. We will have to wait because Europe stuff is way more important. We also can start a play for the Hanover Estates. I want it to be down at, what would it need to be? We can't go over 25, so it'll need to be at like 4.9 before we can make the play for Hanover. We'll take Elba, and then we'll take Hanover proper, and then that will allow us to form the Northern German Confederation. So we have to wait till it's lower, but... Check Vienna and London for the skyscrapers. Oh, they have them. Not in Vienna. They have Big Ben, of course. Nope, they do not have a skyscraper.
Sir, I have urgent news.
Ambassador, you come here at a hard time. What is it?
Yes, some guy named Jack the Assassin just came here and claimed to have shot the Iron Man Bismarck. Is this true?
Bismarck is currently in the hospital. The surgery was successful and he is stable, but the situation is not good. As I said, the government is in chaos. We are waiting for him to awake. You must understand, he had the whole of our country behind him for everything he did. Many are uncertain what to do. The king is in control, but...
Yes, I heard the counselor was a popular man, but, well, a king can always rule its own people, as we know.
He can, but you must understand, our country is much different than Siam. The king, after the Reform Act of 1821, is given very limited control. He has influence, but he cannot dictate here.
Then who makes the decisions?
Well, up until now, that was... In the past, it was the queen, due to the love of the people. Now it is Bismarck, due to his political acumen. But without him, as I said, our government is largely in chaos at the moment.
I believe, yes, turmoil then. But it is on that matter that I come, for I say the assassin has visited the court of Siam. A man named Jack the Assassin has claimed to shot Otto von Bismarck. I have tried to apprehend the man, but he has fled to Peru, I believe. Or something.
We were not able to get any control after he was shot. Are you sure this is the right person? Not simply someone taking claim for it?
I do not know if he is the true killer, but he did claim to be the one.
That is worrying indeed.
Asylum. At first, I did not believe him and offered him a place to stay and tried to apprehend him, but he escaped my guards and fled.
If you don't mind, we would like to send a German investigation unit there, as well as a small contingent of soldiers. Would you allow for this?
Yes, of course.
Very well.
On another matter, the current rivalry between Siam and its neighboring kingdom, the Kumbay Empire, has sprung up. Are you aware of any European claims on that territory?
On which region? I apologize.
Burma.
Yes, Great Britain has claimed that.
Britain has claimed it, but we would obviously contend that given it was us who released them from Qing control. We can have a talk with them about it, but it's not say. I would say definitely do not invade it, but we also do not obviously respect the British claim there.
I'm just, trying to get tension going. Okay, but farewell. We hope the Iron Man Bismarck makes a full recovery.
Thank you. As do we.
In an alternate timeline, he too got shot once. Have a good day.
Farewell.
Bismarck, what has your decision come on the matter of Spain?
I do apologize, but the Prussian government currently does not have anyone in charge. He is currently in the hospital recovering after being shot. Out of RP, our government won't react to anything for a little bit until he's back.
Out of RP would be in bad taste for us to seize this opportunity?
No, I mean, by all means, it would make sense. I mean, if Bismarck comes back, though, he's going to be pissed, but, like, absolutely, it makes sense for you to take advantage of it.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Out of RP, me being puppeted by myself is weird.
Who are you playing?
Britain, because he dropped and Britain play wants to take Cuba. It's weird. Sorry.
Very fine. Do we have cheap iron? We do. Alright, we need more steel. How much more steel do we need? A fuck ton. There we go. We're gonna go ahead and try and catch up on steel production. That's really screwing us right now. So how's our economy doing? I think we got behind a little bit there. No, we're actually very close to France right now. They got a bit ahead of us, which is unsurprising because we were dependent on all other goods, but I wanted us to detach from them, and we did, so that's fine. Have you asked Egypt if they're going to join our market? No, we haven't discussed that with them. We'd suggested in the past, but we never formally made that proposal, as it would cause a lot of diplomatic issues, primarily.
Greetings, Chancellor von Bismarck.
Ambassador, what can I do for you? This is an ambassador of the Prussian government. Bismarck is still recovering from his recent assassination attempts. And I will warn you, I am very limited in what I can do right now, as I can't make decisions for the king nor country.
That is quite problematic, as an ultimatum has just been issued by the British government to hand over Cuba.
I'm aware, and on normal circumstances, I'm sure that the British consular would support you, but I do not have the authority to provide our aid at this time.
Very well, that is quite unfortunate.
We do apologize, and we'll do what we can, but until either Bismarck is proclaimed dead and a new successor takes power in Prussia, or he returns, there's nothing we can do here.
Very well, then it appears that a war between great powers is inevitable.
We are sorry to hear that.
Yes, we wish you good day, Herr.
And you?
Herr, what will you recall again?
Do not worry. I'm just a minor ambassador. I'm really just here to take other ambassadors from foreign countries and hold no great distinction, I'll be honest.
I see. Very well. I hope the Chancellor gets healthy. Good.
As do we all. So out of RP, this will do two things. One, it'll create, obviously, the necessity we need to potentially aggress on German countries on top of everything else, and France. And two, I think this is going to be interesting RP-wise. I'm not going to do anything for a year, and I think for the RP of the game, it'll be interesting to kind of have a pressure that's just not diplomatically relevant for a minute. I know. Ambassador, hello.
It is a pleasure. We first would like to thank you for your kind aid in putting down the ridiculous rebels that we had. They have unfortunately shunted our country backwards a few years. It's going to take us a while to recover, but we thank you regardless for your troops and your assistance in dealing with them.
Of course, reactionaries like these cannot be allowed to dictate policy, especially on a great empire like Austria.
Of course, and especially not violently. If they wish to do so, do it politically.
Precisely.
I mean, the Kaiser will hear anyone, but taking up arms, unacceptable. So we thank you. One thing we would like to say, we've recently had spies come back and report to us that the French Empire have discovered this new strategic element to their infantry. They build these long infrastructure networks, holes in the ground, that allow them to sit and hold territory unlike any other. We feel that the Prussians should be aware of this.
And we would say to you, if you would keep it behind closed doors, is in response to our growing rivalry with the French, we have monitored their movements and developed similar technologies in order to deal with them. If they make true on their recent comments and their aggressive words when we came to speak with them.
Of course, that is very interesting to hear, and we are happy that you've managed to make it this far and effectively create an army that could match theirs. We will also let you know that we are a few years away from inventing a machine that can effectively fire the amount of ammunition that 200 soldiers could fire. We're mere months away from fully perfecting this technology and manufacturing.
That is very good to hear.
We are far behind on the strategic element for our infantry. Shame.
Wonderful. I'll RP 1 second. Yeah, we were relying on a lot of their exports. They'll move to other areas, so that's fine. Yes, we do have an escalating situation with the French, which is quite worrying. We have detached our economy from theirs and theirs from ours, which has caused a little bit of a complicated situation here. But they have also made it clear that in the event of any action taking on Germanic states, the French feel as though they have the right to intervene themselves and stop us, just to make you aware. As it is now
terrible.
Apparently the opinion of the French state that they have the right to dictate policy over Germanic countries.
That is absolutely horrible. We stated many years ago that any German matters should remain German, and any French intervention will be met with hostilities and support from the Austrian Empire for Prussia.
We see eye to eye on this. It's unacceptable that they have this, again, continued viewpoints that they are still in the times of Napoleon, despite all the contrary being quite clear to us the case.
Of course,
we
very much
see
need to be reminded.
They do. I'll be honest with you. Before Bismarck currently underwent his unfortunate incident, we are, of course, all praying for him that he does survive his grievous injuries. That
of course,
a war with France is looking more and more unavoidable. We don't wish for war, but I will tell you this, as a German nationalist myself, if there's anyone I want to be shooting, it's certainly a Frenchman. I can tell you that.
Well, of course, they've had it coming. The diplomats and delegations within the Council of Europe have been nothing short but remiss. They need to be reminded that their days of Napoleon are long past. The French Empire are weak and will fall like they have done in the past should they try to show any form of aggression towards any German nationals.
Correct.
Greetings.
But again, until such time as the Chancellor is, British Chancellor is in good health. Oh, holy crap! Baden just joined. Wow. Oh. Until that happens, there's we're in a bit of a tough situation here, and I'm afraid that the king is currently more or less unwilling to make most decisions.
No, of course, we completely understand, and if you need any support or aid, helping Otto back up onto his feet, just let us know. We have the finest doctors available, although many
Certainly.
of them may have been shot during the Civil War.
Is there anything we can do to help you rebuild, by the way? That economic matters, I can speak with pirate industry directly, as well as other members of the Bundesstaat to potentially help. Is there anything we can do?
We are currently growing. We have had to pause construction, so we are going to be a tad delayed economically, but the height at which our economy grew means that it won't be long before our debt has been repaid and we can grow as before. We may
Wonderful.
just now be behind economically as the Prussians, but we will still be a worthy ally, and the Austrian-Hungarian Empire will soon be at its rightful forefront on the European stage.
We have no doubt that you will recover
support.
quickly. The ferocity and spirit of Germanic people are unique throughout the world, and we have no doubt that you will quickly recover.
Of course.
Thank you, Ambassador.
No problem. Thank you for your time.
Greetings. Knock, knock, knock.
Yes, Ambassador. What can I do for you? By the way, you've been led into a hospital room. You're speaking with Bismarck. He's currently in a hospital bed. He's pretty fucked up, but as soon as he was physically capable, he's doing diplomatic matters himself. Do mind the circumstances. I apologize. I would normally not wish to speak in a place like this with an emissary from Belgium, but circumstances and times, you understand. What can I do for you?
Okay. Greetings. We apologize for coming to a very in an unfortunate location, but we have something important. But it is vital to speak to you. I hope we could have spoken in a better location, but let me just get to the chase. You must have heard of the Netherlands turning into a Batavian republic, and because of that, they have posted they have declared a statement to to Europe that the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg is now free of Dutch yoke. So I would like to speak. They wish to for the three neighboring nations of the Grand Duchy, François, Prussia, and Belgium, to speak on the future of Luxembourg. I do understand that both the great powers of France and Prussia are in a crisis, to say it politely. And as for that, I have volunteered to be an intermediary between the two great powers, and I wish to resolve this as the Batavians.
You speak of the French?
No, I speak for myself. I am sending messages between the two, as the French refuse to sit on the same table as you do.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Do you attempt to make diplomatic agreements with your dog?
Dog? I don't understand.
When you speak to a common mongrel on the street, do you try and speak to him as you would a gentleman of a reasonable sort?
I assume no.
Then why would you ask us to do it with the mongrel of Europe?
No. I see my German is not as good. No, I am not asking you both to sit on the same table. I do not want that either. In fact, I've volunteered to be a messenger. I will move between Paris and Berlin multiple times to finish this, to settle this. I come with no ill intent. I am only.
I understand, but again, you're asking us to speak with someone who, frankly, we view as incapable.
The French have also said similar insults. Well, I understand, but I do worry for the Wallonian people of the Grand Duchy, and and the Batavians and I would just wish to resolve this matter quickly. And I'm asking, my good sir, if you are willing to at least speak with me on what your wishes for the
Our
future of
economic
Luxembourg.
friendship with the Belgians is always a good one. We have great respect for your people. You have a little bit of French in your southern regions, which is disappointing, but regardless, you are a noble people, and we can always deal with you. This is not an issue that pertains to Belgium. It is an issue that pertains, as I said before, to nothing but a mongrel dressed up in the clothing of a European gentleman in an empire.
Of course. Well, I understand, and I do not wish for conflict, but if it's what you two wish to do, I will not stop you both. I just want to finish and resolve this Luxembourg issue, and I shall go back on my merry way.
Very well. Regarding Luxembourg specifically, we have no plans to involve ourselves there. Did the French suggest this had to do with Luxembourg?
They have gave me their demands, that Luxembourg has nothing, must not join your sphere or market completely. It can be done anything. They are completely fine with it being anything else other than that.
No, we do not have any interest in Luxembourg. Our interests pertain to the Germanic countries, Germanic states, Germanic regions. We had proposed to the French a discussion of how to treat the Germans in Alsace-Lorraine. We were barraged with a series of insults that makes me worry even more for the Germans that live there. I had wished for a reasonable compromise and discussion regarding the Germans there, but it seems now as though they are at peril, and as such, we can only suggest one thing, which is the either the giving of independence of Alsace-Lorraine as an independent Germanic nation, or the integration into Prussia, the Germanic Confederation, and the Bundestag.
Understood, sir. This is not pertaining to what I am discussing, but sure, I will send a message along. So if
You're
you say
speaking
you
of
have
the
no
issues
plan-
between France and Prussia, are you not?
No, I'm speaking of Luxembourg. That's all.
Correct,
Just
but the Luxembourg issue comes out of the current situation that we find ourselves in, Ambassador. The French are maybe trying to make this about Luxembourg, but let me make it clear to you, in discussions with them, Luxembourg was not brought up once. They are using this clearly in order to try and make it seem as though we are aggressing on territory or taking land. We have no interest in Luxembourg. There's a sizable German population there, but they have self-government, and the Grand Duchy is primarily made up of Germanic people, including, I believe, the royal family. So it is no issue of us. You are clearly brought here under wrong circumstances. Suggestions that the situation doesn't have to do with this at all.
Well, and if that's the case, I deeply apologize for bringing off the.
We
wrong
understand.
impression.
This is an issue with the French and their attempts to misguide you, not with the Belgian people, and we completely respect that.
Thank you. So just to conclude, I will send a message along, and if it is all right with you that Luxembourg be under Belgian jurisdiction, since
Belgian
neither great
jurisdiction.
power-
I apologize. That was not brought up here today. What is that?
Since France does not want Luxembourg to be under yours, or you do not wish to have anything to do with Luxembourg, I wish to propose that they be under our jurisdiction, the Belgians.
We would find this completely unacceptable in any circumstance.
Oh, the Luxembourgish people have, frankly, the entire people are radical. There's huge turmoil everywhere. Can I ask why you think so, my good sir?
It is an independent nation. It was once a member of the Holy Roman Empire, and we're happy to respect their autonomy, but an incorporation into a lowland country is unacceptable. We have respect for you, but we certainly would not condone you annexing countries like Luxembourg.
Okay, if that is the case, how about let me aid them in they are in their own independent market. I'm sure their people cannot survive on what meager goods
They have already done quite well in their current market, and perhaps they should be in the German market. We do have a current Zeitung, it's not Zeitung, there's a name for it. Zelviren, I think it's called, the free market system of Germanic peoples, of which they're included. They aren't directly in our market, but they are already technically open to being within that. And their traders do trade in that market without any tariffs due to that system. They're not in the Prussian Germanic market, but they do have the benefits in frankly a one-sided manner to that. So no, we would not allow for that.
Okay. Out of RP, I don't see this mechanically in the game.
Out of RP, it was a roleplay thing. I did a post like in the first session where I said that Prussia instituted a law change which created a universal free trade region for all Germanic peoples. So anywhere that there's a Germanic person, or anywhere there's Germanic people, states, regions, etc., they have access to the Germanic free trade market, which means they don't have to pay tariffs if they trade with Germanic systems. It's not an in-game mechanic, it's an out-of-roleplay thing that included like Austria and Bohemia, which is why we have free trade and stuff that's justified with that. They're not in our market mechanically, but out of RP, they would have that benefit, and we would do that as such that we not obviously want for them to just join yours.
If that's the case, out of RP, I highly recommend you somehow replicate this mechanically, maybe a trade agreement. Back to RP, we understand of your concern for the German people in the Grand Duchy. I am, of course, worried for the people living in there, as the majority of them are of Wallonian descent, which is what we are capable of.
Oh, many are Germans as well.
And why not? They enjoy luxuries and welfare of Great Belgium.
You have many luxuries, but the same could be said of Prussia. I mean, why would you not propose then that they join the Prussian market, for example, formally?
Because I fear that this is another, as you can tell, again, the French are very unhappy with that.
Again, the yapping of a dog does not concern a prestigious state like Prussia.
Yes, it is prestigious indeed. It's just I do not wish for a conflict over another Grand Duchy. I understand of Alsace-Lorraine, Alsace-Lotharingen, but Luxembourg is also another issue. Yes.
It is, but again, it is unreasonable to suggest that we would not obviously wish for them to keep their economic and political autonomy.
Well, if that's the case, for now we shall respect the independence of Luxembourg, and I shall send the message to the Batavians back in Amsterdam. And yes, I will pass along the comments to Paris. Do you have anything else you wish for me to send?
Nothing at this time.
All right. I wish you the best, and of good health. I wish for your speedy recovery. It is. We too are trying to understand how to handle the medicine in Belgium. And of course we will keep buying your luxurious clothes, opiums, and great things. We are very happy that
Of course.
You are a great friend to the Kingdom of Belgium.
Thank you for your time, Ambassador.
How do I say this? Entschuldigung. Yeah, all right, I shall go.
All right, we're gonna go in on Bavaria right now. I'm writing the post for it. Okay, gotta do a diplo post. All right, let's do it. I can't do the diplomatic play? I literally was damaging relations for fucking ever. What the fuck? How's it going, Scobie? Been a while. Yeah, definitely. Doing quite good, man. Doing very good. Hope everything is good with you. What the fuck? What's our relation at? They really like us, but we really don't like them. It's just not enough. Hopefully we get it. I wanted to do this at the end of the session, so we'll just wait a little bit then. Doing good too. Nice. We also got to figure out how to balance this fucking budget somehow. Where's all our money going? Military goods. Ammunition primarily. That's odd. We'll need a little bit more arms and industry if we compensate for that stuff. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's unavoidable. It's actually more expensive, ironically. Yeah, we will have to lower our government wages. It's the only way we can do this. Oh, God damn it. We can expel diplomats, but we need the fucking infamy, so we'll have to wait. It's such a pain in the ass. Right, anything else we can export here? Lead, shockingly. And opium we have an excess of. That's odd. We actually have some rubber. Isn't there something we can use with that, I think? Yeah, elastics. We only have a little bit, so we'll do... Ooh, there we go. Can we actually get rubber plantations? We do own some places that might have it. We do. We have one place, Amara. Let's just max it out and then try and get people in there. Because it'll be really valuable. So we should be able to do that. Oh, fuck. I also haven't been paying attention to the colonial regions nearly enough here. There's just not enough of them. We'll build 3 more. Somaliland will build 2 ports on. And then we should hopefully have access at that point to Oromia. We need that because the resources we're pulling out of there are fucking really huge. Your infamy is 0. I'm very aware. To expel diplomats, it would be 10. To demand Franconia, I think, is 15 or 20. It's a lot. To demand Bavaria, we're going to go really deep into fucking infamy. Like, it's a lot. Actually, No, we can't do Bavaria because that doesn't give us the North German Confederation. God fucking damn it. We have to do Hanover. The mechanics of this are fucking annoying. We're still damaging relations and we're doing that for fucking ever. Yeah, they're still neutral. Yeah, we might not get these plays today. These guys are just, we were at such good relations with them. It's a pain in the ass. We could have the German unification play, but in order to do that, we need to be able to launch it, and we can't. Who are we at war with? Oh shit, Papua? Oh, fuck. Hello. Let's send some soldiers to deal with that. We have Zeppelins. Hell yeah. We really need more tools. Oh, the price is really not that bad. Main thing we need is paper. Get it from Austria, boost their economy. Electricity we need to make ourselves. No alternative on that. Groceries, we should make ourselves, but we can't keep up. We're exporting a lot of them. Man, free trade is such a double-edged sword. It really does make you stronger, but the cost is high. So in terms of instability of markets. Urban centers. Is there any way for us to deal with this fucking coal issue? Who's buying all of it? Oh, it's the fucking Dutch. They're buying all our goddamn coal. That's a strategic issue at this point. Speak them. Poor rubber farms in Papua New Guinea. We can't because we're going to be giving it to the British and the save edit. They technically already own it. Best way to go about this would be to save edit where they expel diplomats in every country needed and then remove their infamy. Yep, true. We have like 15 minutes left too. God damn. If we had more oil, we could go for this. We need more fish too. We need everything, don't we? Let's try and go for this, and I want to test something out. And then we'll need to import a fuck ton more oil, which just doesn't exist. We'll import it from everyone we can. We will get oil discovered at some point in the Germanic regions. I don't know if we control them right now, though. I think it's over here. We still run a good surplus, and we get way more, so we'll keep that. We need way more electricity. We need more of everything. I'm gonna have to take a second between games like this week to look at this game and figure out what to do economically. I had like the economy in my head, and then it was just very different after I took back over. It's like, fuck. Vicky 3 economies, like, you leave it and then you come back and it's like, oh, for me at least, it's like, oh, what the fuck was I doing? Especially when it's later game and you have a very complex economy. Destroyers. Oh man, we can get machine guns. Let me see if he has them. If he doesn't, I won't do it. No, he doesn't have machine guns. We're not going to do that then. Let's go for submarines. We gotta get our military as competent and ready as possible because we will have a conflict. Why the fuck are we hemorrhaging money? Subsidies are really killing us. But it's military goods that are really doing it. We could get rid of rail subsidies if we actually go ahead and change some of these. Let's see. Let me look at something. We're at war. That's also part of the reason. We sent those soldiers. This should be over very quickly. Okay, what do I need to do? We need to find where we currently have a surplus of infrastructure where we can switch on over. It'll let us. East Prussia. The Northern Rhine. Gonna need a lot more ironclads now too. Oh boy. Just everything. That will become very valuable very quick. Yep. More. How many more do we need? Probably another 5, I'd say. 25. How much total do we need? We need another 184. That means we need another... We'll go with 8 just to be safe. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Workers at the rubber plantation of Amar are being severely mistreated. Mutilation has become common punishment for perceived failures. Oh, that we have to stop. That... We're not going to be Belgium. We're going to put a halt to that. Fuck. No, no, no. Oil would be Saxony. They just haven't been discovered yet. Also, there should be at least goldfields in North Carolina. The first gold rush in American history happened there, and within the time frame of the game. You're assuming that Paradox did any research on anything outside of Europe, man. That's a big ask. What's up, Tajid? Going good? I've been like, I missed the first half of the game, and I've just been playing catch up on my economy ever since. That's what this feels like. Should make it more profitable. Okay. Are we the biggest steel producer? We should be at this point. Number 3, really? Yeah, Britain produces almost double. We need way the fuck more. Our institutions. Max out law enforcement. We'll go up on the Home Affairs too. I mean, for 7 years, all the gold mines in the National Treasury from North Carolina. Really? 2 billion worth of gold there. I didn't know that. That's actually pretty wild. I did not have any idea. Oh, fuck. US is just importing more and more of our ironclads. We promised them we would, so that's fair. We also need to be able to maintain our navy, though. So there's that. Can we launch the play? No. What about with Hanover? No. God damn it. What's our opinion with them at? Our relations are fucking poor. Minus 37. How deep do we have to go? Cooperative. I thought we were damaging relations. What the fuck? God damn it. They would have followed Brethun. Should be done on this war now, too. Man of Wars. Why the fuck do we have Man of Wars? Huh. We'll put the Saxony one into brine, which we can afford. Now reduce the cost of explosives, which makes everything easier. Including gun production, I believe, because we need that for artillery. Yeah. We'll make it a trade nexus. We do have a skyscraper in Berlin, by the way. That did happen earlier. I've just been so distracted, which is wonderful. Oh, there we go. Oh, fucking hell. What is up with our economy? It's because of this fucking stupid war that we're stuck in with the natives. Like, goddamn. There we go. Fuck off. Whew. Alright, that should help the economy a little bit when they accept. Yeah, the war thing with the fucking natives has been brutal. It tells us how much we need, though. We need more ammunition for the war. And more everything, really.
Okay, I have a game controller question.
You will need to speak with Hastings. I am not using this game.
Yes, I understand that, but the issue is with Hastings.
We'll need to do this not on stream as well. So the game's done in 6 minutes. We can talk after.
Okay. But the... Yes, but...
There's other staff as well you could speak to, but like if I'm on stream, you can't be doing this kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah. And it's not, just to clarify, it's not specifically a Hastings issue, it's a general game rule question.
Okay. Yeah, we can talk after, for sure.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's about this war, and this war might end before the end of the session.
Okay, what's the question?
So, in RP, the British player is claiming that I would not be able to get any troops from Spain to any of my colonies as he has parked his navy in Gibraltar.
There's no precedent for just saying you can't send troops because you have a big navy. He'd have to catch it. We use the mechanics of navy as it exists right now, and it's caused issues for many players in the past. You can move troops wherever the fuck you want.
Thank you.
There is no rule that states that is not the case. Did you talk to Hastings about this, though? Like, that's a question for him.
He's the one that implied that I should surrender because he parked his navy outside of Gibraltar.
That's his call. He's the GC. If he says it, that goes, man. Like, this isn't a case you can come to me and I can tell you something different and overrule him. He's the GC. He makes the call.
Alright.
I disagree with it, but, like, he's the GC. Go for more trade volume as well. How's our economy looking? Oh, we're getting pretty far behind the French at this point. If we can actually get a war with Bavaria or Hanover, That'd be lovely. Oh, here we go. All right, we have it. I'd prefer to do Hanover, though. Can we get with them? We can. Hanover and Elba. Um... That's weird. The fronts aren't showing up for us. We will go ahead and start the play, and then we will call for also Elba. Which will really fuck up our economy even more. Oh god, that's so bad. This might fuck us up. Spain, Galicia, Asturias, and Navarre, those the British fleet is parked in Gibraltar. There's no reason why the Spanish would not be able to send troops there. Yeah, if they have the whole fleet sitting there, there's other things they can do, but yeah. All right, we'll have to maximize taxes. We're gonna stop all production, and we're gonna reduce our government wages even more until we get a loss of 7 infamy. We're gonna be stuck here. Scandinavian Empire sides of us. Okay, cool. When the war is over, we'll be in better shape too. South Germany. You actually don't have a leader. All right, we'll hire a new one. Oh fuck. There we go. Now we can see it. We have 2 minutes left. We're not going to get this done today, unfortunately. But we'll be getting next week's session with a War of Hanover, which will allow us to create the German Federation, which I wanted to do today, but McCann's kind of fucked us. Hell yeah. Miss anything drastic today? Yeah, there was I don't know how much you saw, Jody. There's a lot of stuff to happen, a lot of little things. We had the permission of Austria to basically form Germany, essentially. So, there's 101 other little things too, but that was the main one, I guess. That's the defining thing that happened. French still hindering our goals? Yeah, we've gotten very hostile with him. I wanted us to get hostile with him, and he kind of just did it for us, which was fine. When do you think saving up the hop turn will be easy? It takes way too long. Long fucking time. It's a match kills. Oh, they're fully enemies. We're rivals with them. It's like public. We lost all the prestige because of our stuff, but that's fine. God, those infamy hits really fuck you up. We'll see like the first second of this war, maybe. Yeah, you're like what, like 5%? I think something like that. Math is hard. Or 0.5%? I don't know. I want to do the math. I'm fucking exhausted. Why is Brunswick not having any infrastructure? Because it needs railways, that's why. God damn it. I said to go down here. We'll push them. It'll be fine. Alright, and the war has begun. I don't have game sound effects on, do I? Just realized that.
Mr. Von Bismarck?
Greetings. What can I do for you?
The generals are ready if you need help with your German reunification. We are
You're-
willing to help you since you helped us in the war before. We are willing to help you with your German reunification.
Your assistance is very kind, but Germanic people will win this war. We do thank you for your support, though, and we'll remember it.
Okay. I hope that you do reunify as one big nation.
We hope so as well. It is far past time we dealt with these elites who have stopped the Bundestag from reaching what it can be, and the German nation from being what it can be.
Yes. I'll be watching with my binoculars.
Wonderful. Magical moving lines. Pushing them on all fronts. We have really good generals too. That's the other thing. We gotta fix our economy though. Like, I need to figure out what the fuck is wrong. Free trade, I think, is the root of it. It's rough. We're getting a massive fucking investment pool now. Look at that. What does intervention do? Agricultural plantations, ranches, manufacturing industries, mines, fortresses, rubber plantations, oil extractors are all subsidized. So coal mines would come out of the investment fund, so we can build those. Not that we have the people for it, but... Yeah, that's the nice thing about not constructing right now, is we're building an investment pool that will just be fucking insane when we start to really grow again. And the Hanoverian government has been completely unable to stop our forces. And we're stopping the game right after we conquered Hanover. Alright, cool. So, I'll be real quick and then into the stream. We're ending for today. This is a little bit hectic. Not being able to get back in the game sucked, but it is what it is. Crashing is crashing. Hope everyone enjoyed. I was a little bit tired today. I got like 4 hours of sleep last night. I was out doing stuff, so I do apologize about that. No more Friday streams. Next stream will be on Saturday morning. More Kaiser Redux. Saturday afternoon will be the beginning of the Fallen Eagle Alaric, the Conquer campaign. More of this next Sunday afternoon, and more of the Grand Campaign next Sunday morning. I hope you all enjoyed. Let me see if there's someone to raid. If not, I'm going to end the stream and go get dinner and probably take a nap. Let's see. Don't see anyone. Let's go see if there's any good Vic streamers. Might be someone doing something interesting. Especially since there's so few Vic streamers. I get why, but fuck. No, there's no one else. There's Brunzinator. I rated him before. He was a nice guy. We'll go rate him again. This will unfold, actually. All right, guys. Hope you enjoyed. It's been a lot of fun. If you have not already been watching, there's episodes of this on my YouTube channel. They're very concise. If you want to understand the background of any of these games, they're always on there. Beyond that, I hope everyone has a good week. Hope jobs and work don't kill you. And I'll catch you guys later.